this picture is actually taken from
Welcome to the second day of the Open Doors Week at the University of Tartu. My name is Anna and I'm continuing to be your host for this event. Today we are planning to host 4 info sessions, and the first one is dedicated to master programs in art and education technologies. And specifically, we are going to introduce sound and visual technology and educational technology. But that's not it. Stay with us because 3 more info sessions are coming. And the second info session is going to be dedicated to master programs in languages and cultures, specifically European languages and cultures, Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages, and teaching Russian as a foreign language. These programs are going to be introduced during this second session. And then we are going also to have another info session for the master programs in society and state. And we will have 2 programs introduce politics and governance in digital age and contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern studies. And yes, and then there will be, apart from the program presentations, we are also going to have student discussions, and we are going to have students from all of the programs that are going to be introduced today, so you will have an excellent chance to ask the questions from the current students who are enrolled to the programs and who can share their experience. And also would like to remind you that tomorrow we are going to have tours, online tours around the University of Tartu campus. So if you would like to see how the buildings looks inside, how our labs look alike, where you will work, or how our classrooms look alike, then we are welcoming you to join. And right now, today, we are going to start with our info session in art and education technology. And here with me, I have 2 of our speakers who are going to introduce this program. And I have Kadri Steinbach, who is joining us online from VLND and who is going to introduce sound and visual technology. And I have here with me on the stage Emanuela, who is going to introduce educational technology. So we will first start with Kadri's presentation and then with Emanuela's. And also, I would like to remind you that this is the best place to ask your questions. So if you applied or if you are still planning to apply, this is the best place to ask questions from the program managers who are going to consider your applications and to get good tips on how to be a successful candidate and how to get a study place at the University of Tartu, or ask any questions that might concern you in the future. So how to ask the questions? So if you're joining us from the workshop, then you can see that next to every info session that we are hosting today, there is a Q&A button, which you can press, and then you can type your question, and then we will answer this question online. Apart from that, our event is also streamed in YouTube and Facebook, so you can also leave your comments there. We also try to cover these questions as well. However, we can't promise that we can do it online, so please, if you would like your questions to be answered online, join please workshop. All right, I wish you a great second day of the Open Doors Week, and I will give a floor to Kadri, who is going to talk about sound and visual technology program. Kadri, the floor is yours.
Hello. Nice to meet everyone, although I don't see anyone, but I hope there are a lot of prospective students there, and I'm greeting you from the sunny VLND, and I'm going to introduce you a bit our sound and visual technology master's program. First, some words about VLND Culture Academy, which is actually one of the biggest institutes in humanities department of Tartu University, and the biggest regional college in Estonia. We offer 8 study programs. From the 8, 5 of them are in the BA level and 3 in the master's level. And 1 program is taught in English, and that's our sound and visual technology. We have in the Culture Academy approximately 700 students and 100 and plus employees. And also we are engaging a lot of professionals from the field to teach in our academy. We have different buildings in Viljandi. I'm not able to do your tour right now in our buildings, but we are located in 3 places. In our main building, which is this lower picture on the screen, we have mostly theatre and dance students and also cultural management students. But for our master students in the main building, we have 3 recording studios and a black box with the lighting equipment. In the left, you see this not so pretty brown building, which is actually called Music House. And inside this not so pretty building, we have quite a nice place, let's say. We have their fully equipped sound recording studio and also rehearsal rooms for all, which is connected with the music. And this third building is called Vilma building, and that's where our video studio is located. So all of these buildings are very important to our master students. First, I must say that Viljandi is not in Tartu. That is common mistake that sometimes our prospective candidates do, that they come to study in Tartu University, but actually in our case you will be studying in Viljandi. And Viljandi is actually not far from Tartu at all. It's only 1 hour drive. The bus connection is very good, and actually it's 2 hours to the Estonian's capital, Tallinn. So it's also possible to take bus and trains to Tallinn as well. So although we are not in Tartu or Tallinn, we are in the good place. And Viljandi's main virtue is actually its smallness and coziness. Our students often say that it's a perfect place to create, because it's a small, everyone knows everyone, and students interact very much together, and that's where some new creative ideas appear. So that's place actually for you to create within 2 years. As for our program, we have a 2-year program, master program, and sound and visual technology has 2 specializations. You can either be a sound technology master or visual technology master. Actually, in the reality, it's also possible to combine these 2 specializations. And often our students do that. They take subjects from the both specializations, and it's not so uncommon that even if you're, I don't know, very good at sound, you still want to be good in visual side as well, and vice versa. So actually you can take both sides and to be like more with a broad perspective. I have written down our semesters. 2 years, it means that we have 4 semesters of subjects. And in the first semester, we are very much into general subjects, and also this kind of maybe introductory subjects in the specializations as well. As you can see in the general subjects module, you will introduce yourself with audiovisual culture and semiotics, cross-media technology, and also academic writing, which is an important part of your studies. But also there are important subjects, for example, sound and visual arts project, which is one opportunity to do creative things with your colleagues in the curriculum. One of the virtues and very good things about Viljandi is that in the BA level we have programs in music and theatre and dance. It means that you always have people to work with, because sound and visual technology are not kind of subjects you can do alone. You can do it, but maybe it is more important to work with people from the creative fields. So we have all the time very good musicians, dancers, and actors, for example, you can work with and create new projects. And also, it's there are some specialty subjects, but as I said, for example, this year our students took both subjects. They get to know lighting design, but also how to record and create sound for surround, for example. Our subjects, some of them are not commonly, I don't know, like in every week, or sometimes our subjects are taught in intensive cycle. And for example, in this recording and creating sound for surround and virtual reality, it was made up from the workshops, and our students had chance to do very long and intensive days in the TalTech virtual reality center. So they really had this hands-on experience on virtual reality. In the spring semester, you will continue with some of the subjects, but you also have some additional ones, for example, like graphic and motion design, or mixing and mastering in the sound field. And you also start with your master's seminar. It's the time at the first in the spring of the first year to start think about your final project or your final thesis. So that's what takes place. And you also have opportunity to start with a specialty practice. Our curriculum is very practical, and it involves a lot of hands-on things. So it also involves quite a lot of specialty practice, where you can choose your practice place or internship place. You can be helping out in the school events, but also we encourage students to choose internship places out of the school. For example, we have a lot of connections with big rental companies in Estonia, Estonian National Broadcast, Estonian National Museum, whatever, so different theaters. So it's possible to choose your internship place according to your interest, and we try to support and encourage this your choice. In the second year, autumn semester is also about some specialty subjects, and as you can see, there are a lot of specialty practice, and so this autumn semester is almost half of it is dedicated to internship and try out your skills in the work environment. And in the last semester, you actually concentrate your final in your final project. It's possible to graduate with two options. You can either choose a master's project or master thesis. And master thesis is classical master thesis. You have to write and like proper research paper, and so it's more like on the theoretical side. But it's also possible to finalize your studies with a master's project, which is actually consists of two parts. One of them is a written part, and most important is creative practical project. For example, our students have done, for example, 3D video to the one Estonian ensemble Puuluup, and presented it. And for another student made mapping project for a drummer. So it's different options you can choose from. So you have plenty of time to prepare this project and to find this project which you really want to do. Actually, that's our aim. That this your final thing is something you really want to do, and then this supporting your interests. Big question always, why you have to choose this program, or why should you do it? I already mentioned creativity, practicality and connectivity. It means that Viljandi is a very good place to be creative. You don't have too much out there sources or noises or whatever. You can concentrate to be creative, and that is supported with a very cozy and very nice environment. Our curriculum is very practical, as I said. Almost all of the subjects include this hands-on experience, and you have a possibility to try out all the skills right away. And connectivity, that is what I also mentioned, that you have a lot of musicians and students from the BA curricula to work with. You have professional musicians to work with, and you have very tight connections between students in Viljandi Culture Academy. We have quite diverse study environments, and that is, I think, one big plus for our curriculum, that you can use this environments for individual work. So we have professional sound studio and video studio you can use to create your own projects. So that's one big advantage, I think. Okay. And our buildings are open from the 8 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the night. So it's like not like 24 hours, but almost.
Kadri, I'm very sorry for disturbing you, but you have less than 1 minute left.
Yes, very good. I'm wrapping up already. And finally, what I already mentioned, possibility to make super interesting and creative master program, project or thesis. That's, I think, one very good opportunity to make your dreams come true, let's say. I wanted to share example from our students, but it's not possible. But anyway, our students from the Masters and BA program were in the Estonian Eurovision Song Contest final, and they made a second place in Estonia. So it was all created in Viljandi, and also created from the videos and sound was done in Viljandi and in our programs. So I think that wraps it all up, and culture lives here, I think. So I want to meet you all in Viljandi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kadri, for your presentation and then also for outlining the curriculum of your program. And also would like to mention that unfortunately we couldn't show right now the examples of the student works, but we are going to send all of the presentations that are presented during the Open Doors Week, and then you will be able to follow the link which Kadri's presentation includes, and then you can also see already separately the student works from your computer. Thank you very much, and I would also remind you that you can leave your questions, and we are going to open our Q&A in the end of this info session. And right now I'm going to give a floor to Emanuele Bardone, who is going to talk about the educational technology program.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much for this very nice introduction to our colleagues from Viljandi. I'm not Estonian. I come from Italy, and I can tell the foreign students that Viljandi is a very nice place, and it's really the way in which the colleague described it, a peaceful place where you can be creative. But now let's talk about our master's program, which is in educational technology, not in technology education. I'm going to give you a short introduction about the program, try to stress the reasons why you may want to come and study with us. So this is the outline. I'm going to talk about what it is, what this master program is all about. I'll be talking about our EdTech philosophy, our approach to educational technology, so more or less you may understand what you can expect from this master's program. Then for who? This is the big question, who are the students who have taken this master's program in the past and who we would like to invite to join, and then a few words about the teaching staff members. So let's start from what it is. This master's program is advertised as a blended master's program. Sometimes we say almost online master's program, and the reason is that at least in theory, and I will say a few more words about this, we start with actually an on-site session, in spite of the fact that the whole master's program is actually online. The on-site session used to take place before COVID in the second half of August. This is a very important period, a very important moment, because it's a very intense study period in which we get to know each other. You're going to come to Tartu. After that, everything is going to be online. This master's program is 1 year long, or actually, to be more precise, 10 months, which means that we start mid-August, and then the defense is in June, so more or less after 10 months. Because of COVID, as I said, the last 2 years, the program has been running as a full online program. I'm not so sure what we're going to do this August, because it's always a big question mark. We would like to hold the session in Tartu, because we've seen that it's actually very important to meet, especially because, as I said, this is a blended master's program. It's not a traditional online master's program. After this on-site session, which will be hopefully happening in Tartu, everything is online. In June, we meet again for the defense and for graduation, but this is not actually compulsory, which means that if there are issues, you can basically defend online. And this has been the case, as I said, due to COVID for the past 2 years. This is the curriculum. Now, I don't have so much time to get into it, but essentially, this is a 60-credit program, master's program. ECTS means European Credit Points. The first semester used to be dedicated to courses, whereas the second semester is supposed to be more for writing the thesis. We actually have a traditional thesis. We don't have a project, but as you will see, we encourage you to use methodologies that would, in theory, allow you to have a more practical kind of final work. As you can see from the title of the courses that are actually displayed on the slide, Introduction to New Learning Paradigm, Collaborative Learning, Psychology of Learning, we have a curriculum that focuses a little bit more on the pedagogical/educational part, because this master's program is called Educational Technology, but we're not actually studying technology per se. We are actually studying, teaching and learning how to use technology in the educational domain. So we're not going to teach about how the computer is made of, parts, how it works. We're going to try to see how we can use digital technologies for teaching and learning. And that also explains why the majority of courses are actually educational courses or subjects in the area of education. One important thing to mention, but I'll be saying a few more words at the end, is that this master program allows those who don't actually have an educational background to sort of bridge the gap. At the same time, it will also give those who already have a pedagogical or educational background to brush off their competencies, update their own professional skill sets. So we have tried to accommodate for both, let's call them target groups, for both types of potential candidates. Then, how about our EdTech philosophy? Originally, I studied philosophy, and so for me, it's actually very important to understand what we're heading for, and especially addressing the question why. So why educational technology in the 21st century? Let's say that the main component of our EdTech philosophy are the 3 points that you see on the slides. The first thing is that we try to bring together people who are, for different reasons, committed to educational innovation. Educational innovation is a word that we often use instead of technological innovation or just innovation per se, because we are committed to try to change something about the education system. So once again, I want to repeat the message. This is not a master in technology, it's a master in educational technology. The second aspect that is actually describing our EdTech philosophy is that essentially we want to work with educational technology. So once again, we don't study technology per se, but we want to see how we can use technology in order to, let's say, transform the education system. And then the third aspect that explains the reason why this master's program is offered as a blended master's program is that we want to overcome geographical barriers. This has been, I would say, a very good choice during COVID, because the master's program has not been disrupted over the past 2 years. Of course, single students and single teachers have been annoyed, if not disrupted, by the pandemic. But all teaching and learning activities were carried out online, and we were actually prepared for that. So, as I said before, our courses from September onwards are running as online courses, so this is a big plus. So you can be wherever you want, and you can be part of this master's program. Then these are other other aspects concerning the master's program. We call it a convivial blended space. So blended is again a reference to the fact that we try to combine different aspects that are usually considered not opposite, but that are not always going together. The first obvious blend is the fact that, as I told you before, we meet in Tartu, so we start with an on-site session, but there are also other blends that we take advantage on. One of which is, for example, that we really focus on learning conversations, which usually take place across very different media. It can be on Teams, on Zoom, it can be also in Tartu. Then the other blend concerns the fact that we really want to be practical, and we are really addressing educational practitioners, which translates into this idea that all the tasks and assignments for courses are actually tied to practice, to what you're doing at work if you're already working. Another important aspect is that we try to be together in very different ways. So, as I said before, we can be together on Teams, on Moodle, on Zoom, and of course also in Tartu, which also means, and this is actually a very important point because many prospective students have asked me this question, we actually don't have traditional lectures. So we're not going to have these annoying and sometimes even boring video lectures in which the teacher or the professor is speaking for about 90 minutes. We actually have webinars. On average, we have from 3 to 4 webinars per courses. So you can imagine that especially in the first semester, you will have roughly 2 or 3 webinars per week. And webinars are conversations, as I said, learning conversations. So it's a very different way of learning, especially if you have been studying, let's say, a few years ago. It's a completely different one. It's, as they say, more student-centered. But so much so, it's more about the relationship between students and lectures, but also between student and student. These are some quotes that came straight from the horse's mouth, which are mostly about the sense of community that both students and lecturers usually develop during the year. So, for example, Michelle, who is a current student, said that one of the most valuable thing is the connection with other students. Then Pirio, whom you're going to meet later, mentioned the sense of togetherness, in spite of the fact that the course for them has been so far fully online. Then Ian again repeated the same message, the sense of community. Students usually have a WhatsApp group in which they exchange. I know that there are millions messages going on there. So in spite of the fact that it's partly online, fully online for them, they are not treated as individuals in their room connecting to Zoom, okay, often with the webcam off. There is a sense of togetherness. And then the last quote is from Tim, who was part of our first cohort already 4 years ago. He actually says that one big thing about the master's program was the possibility of to combine work and practice. Then this is the map of the world. Due to recent events, I would just skip this because it feels like the global order is pending upon us. But this is just to say that we got students basically from all over the world, from all continents, and our class is really a multicultural class. Speaking again about Tartu, about the sense of togetherness and community, we actually have the so-called Tartu EdTech community, which includes lecturers, former and current students. If you want to know more about it, just go to Facebook and just type Tartu EdTech community and you can have access to it. We're also present on social media. We have a fantastic YouTube channel, Instagram account and Facebook where we try to communicate with you. Then for who, and this is actually probably the most important thing. So basically we invite everyone who wants to transform their practice with the help of educational technology. Another thing that you may expect from this master's program is to develop skills that you may need also to help others. We have had several educational technologists who are basically teachers or also IT people who decided to have a different role at schools, which is more a supporting role. So they're not teaching, but they are supporting other teachers developing their edtech capacity. And then, of course, we're also open to everyone who would like to pursue an academic career in edtech or educational research, because the University of Tartu has a PhD program in educational research. So 1 minute to go. The last 2 slides, Anna. These are the people that so far have been gravitating around our master's program. So most of our students are or have been teachers and educators. We also got university lecturers, school directors, educational technologists, as I said before, but also entrepreneurs, people working in HR, and also parents who wanted to know more about this world of edtech, and that's who we are. This is the teaching staff. These are the teaching staff members for the next academic year. Some of us are Estonians, others are from even different continents. For example, Eric is from Mexico and myself from Italy. So this is it.
Thank you very much, Emanuela, for your presentation. It was really nice to hear about the program structure, and the team that is going to teach, and the students' feedback as well. If you would like to know more about educational technology program, please leave your questions in workshop. And we are going to soon to open Q&A session. Also would like to remind you that if you have any questions to students from sound and visual technology or from educational technology, then please stay with us, because after this session we are going to host a student session where you can also ask questions from the students and actually learn how it's their experience and how these programs, how it's going for them as well. So now I will open a Q&A session, and we have received already some questions. And the first question is going to be addressed to Emanuele, and it's going to be for educational technology. So if I don't work as a teacher currently, can I apply for educational technology, or is it going to be a disadvantage for me?
So the short answer is yes, you can apply. Whether it's a disadvantage or not, I would say that it's up to you. Most of our students are actually in-service teachers or university lecturers like me. That's a plus, of course, because all the assignments and all the tasks can be directly related to what they're doing in their workplace. But we also had people who were just interested in educational technology, and of course they will develop their own perspective, and their perspective will also be complemented by other students who are actually in-service teachers or lecturers. So I wouldn't say that it's a disadvantage, and I of course invite you to apply.
Okay, thank you. The next question we have to Kadri. We cannot see her on the screen right now. So we have a applicant who cannot choose probably between 2 specializations, sound and visual technology, and asking, is it necessary to indicate the specialization in the motivation letter already while applying for the program, or it's possible to make the final choice once already admitted?
Yes, thank you for the question. And it's possible to choose actually after the application, and actually you can even choose during the first semester, because sometimes I know the types that want to take both specializations, and sometimes it's hard to choose because both seem very interesting. But in the first semester, actually, you can take both subjects and then decide whether you want to be more on the sound or more on the visual side. So you don't have to choose right now.
Thank you very much. The next question we have for educational technology. How can you describe your distant work?
Distant work?
I assume that this is more about the courses, considering that they're conducted online. So,
okay, so distance work in this master's program. So as I said before, we have webinars. So all the online courses have webinars. That are basically like seminars. In the first semester, you may expect to have, as I said before, about 2 or 3 webinars per week. The webinars are always held in the second part of the day, so late afternoon. It also very much depends on time zones, because we're also looking at that. So, for example, this year we have a person from Vancouver, Canada. So we decided to start all webinars after 4:30, which is like 6:30 in Canada. But all webinars are also recorded. So if you miss the webinar, you can always review it later on. Of course, the recording is not a direct replacement because you cannot interact, but it's not that if you cannot attend the webinar, you're out. And webinars are just one part of the way in which we are present to each other.
thank you very much, Emanuele. Kadri, the next question I have for your program. So are there any collaborative projects possible, for example, for master's thesis? I mean, I guess it's meant if it's possible to have like the final project in collaboration with other students.
Yes, we haven't had such projects yet, but actually it's possible to do it. Of course, we have to understand what's the role of each student in the project, but theoretically we even encourage that kind of collaboration between students.
That's great, thank you. The next question we have to Emanuele. I have a bachelor in teaching English and German. Would this master program give me a sufficient chance to work as a teacher in Estonia?
Okay, this is a very, very important question. We had in the past a student who admittedly said that she took the master's program because precisely of getting this certification. The problem with the bachelor's degree is that you have to be careful and see if you have enough credits, because this master's program, in theory, expects you to already have a master's degree. So just check with the admission office if all the papers are in order.
Thank you very much. Kadri, we have a question about Viljandi. So the applicant is asking about the accommodation in Viljandi and if there is a dormitory or something offered to students.
Yes, we have 2 dormitories, so it's possible to, actually our current students, international students, all live in the dormitory, so it's possible to use dormitories as well, but sometimes especially during the studies, students tend to collaborate on finding apartment in Viljandi. So it's also possible to share apartment, for example. But at first it's easier to choose this dormitory option. So it's possible, yes.
Yes, so I also would advise to stay with us because we have a student joining us from Sound and Visual Technology, and maybe he will also tell a little bit more about his experience in finding accommodation as well. So I guess next question we have to educational technology. Is it planned that the program will be online in the future? And there are also some concerns if the person is not going to be able to come to Tartu to join the sessions in Tartu.
Yes, I mean, I fully understand this concern, and this is also my own concern. As I said before, in the past 2 years, we cancelled the on-site session in Tartu. It was particularly hard the first year because, of course, it was the first year, the first time. We basically turned everything into the online format. In both cases, we made the decision together with the students. For example, last year, we made a decision at the end of May, and we just voted. So by the end of May, we know more or less who is going to be part of the master's program. And as a program director, I will call for a meeting and we will discuss and then make a decision democratically. Of course, it very much depends on the number of people who would not be able to make it to Tartu. If it's just a matter of 2 or 3 people, we may try to do the hybrid, which is always close to committing a suicide. But we will see. We will see. Last year, for example, some students actually came to Tartu, but all learning sessions were online. So we are educational technology. So we will find a way to welcome everyone who would like to start studying with us.
Yeah, thank you very much for your flexibility. All right, we have some questions about internships and how to find it. So maybe we also can make around, Kadri, if you can start, if there is an internship within your program and how to find it, and if maybe the university is helping somehow to find an internship.
Yes, I already mentioned that we have several partners in Estonia, where we always can direct students to find this internship place. But actually, we encourage students to go abroad also to have this international internship because we have designed this 15 credit points of internship, which is actually is according to the Erasmus program, this amount of internship, and our students have previously been in, for example, in the Czech Republic to do their internship. Actually, it's very individual in a way, and it's according to the students' interests and aims in this program where they want to do their internship. And actually, this internship doesn't have to be done in one place at all. You can take, let's say, internship bites or something like that, and to do, for example, week in one place. Then something else in another. So it's very flexible, very individually designed, and we are helping out students as much as we can.
Thank you very much. And there are lots of opportunities if the internship can be conducted abroad yes. as well. That gives a lot of possibilities. Emanuela, what about your program? Is there an internship?
Okay, so one thing that I have to say as a premise is that because our master's program is slightly different from all other master's programs offered by the university, things are a little bit different. So, for example, if you live in the Netherlands, we cannot arrange an internship in the Netherlands because obviously we don't have access to that pool of possibilities. But as a student of our master's program, you're also a student of the University of Tartu. And in case you want to actually come to Tartu and be here, in that case, we can, of course, try to find a placement for you or a place for an internship. Because the good thing about this master's program is that we have this community, this Tartu Tech community. And very often we have this network of former students, some of which are also still living in Estonia. They are living in Estonia. So we have a rich network in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. That's great. Next question probably to Kadri. Is Estonian necessary to find a job after graduating sound and visual technology?
That's a difficult one because nowadays this labor market is so diverse. I think that the answer is that to find job in Estonia is quite necessary to speak some Estonian actually. But and this is actually one thing that we are supporting our international students, that we will teaching them Estonian if they want throughout 2 years. But actually in the field of sound, it's also possible to find some online jobs, for example, do the mixing or mastering in the international field. And it's not necessary at all to to speak Estonian. So it depends actually. For example, if I say that if you want to go to work in a Estonian theatre, then it's quite understandable that you have to speak Estonian. But if you are going to be international sound engineer, then it's not necessary to learn Estonian. So it depends actually a lot of the aim of the students
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. We have also some questions about scholarships, so maybe we can have a round of discussions about scholarships. If your programs, for example, have tuition waivers, or maybe if there are other scholarship possibilities. Emanuela, maybe you can start.
Yeah, it's a very short and laconic answer from my side, because the university provides 9 tuition waivers, and this is it. So there are no other sources for scholarship, unfortunately.
How many places do you have in total?
In total, we have, well, this is a weird question, because, I mean, we have 19 places, but we accept overbooking up to 54. And as a matter of fact, we started this year with 31 students.
That's great. And actually, if we compare that you have 19 places and then 9 of them actually have tuition waiver,
almost
that's
half
not
of them, yes.
half of the places.
Yes, exactly.
Kadri, what about your program? Do you have any tuition waivers or any other scholarship possibilities?
We have very few tuition waivers. Out of the 10 study places, we have 2 tuition waivers places. So as Emanuela said, that's it. so nothing more to offer, unfortunately. But maybe one of the new things, which is very, very new, I think, is that Tartu University is also preparing to offer some scholarships for Ukrainian students. So that's very brand new information, and it can help some of our Ukrainian applicants, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess our time is up, so we will close our Q&A session. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us today. Thank you, Kadri. Thank you, Emanuela, for introducing your programs. We are going to send the follow-up emails to all the participants, so you will be able to have the presentations, and then you will find the contacts of the program managers in case you have any follow-up questions. And also would like to remind you that right now we are going to continue with the next session, which is going to be with students from these programs. So they are going to share their experience of studying these programs and living, for example, in Viljandi. So stay with us, please, and see you soon. Questions. And also would like to remind you that right now we are going to continue with the next session, which is going to be with students from this program. So they're going to share their experience of studying these programs and living, for example, in Viljandi.
Hello, my name is Reina, and I'm an international student ambassador of the University of Tartu. And today we're going to have these student discussions with the students from the Art and Education Technology program. So here with me we are having Pirio, and of course online we are having Jason, who's going to be with us and helping us in this student discussion. So the floor is yours. Would you mind introducing yourself, Pirio, for us a little bit, and then we're going to go to Jason.
Thank you. So my name is Pirio, and I'm studying on the Education Technology Master's Program. And I'm originally from Tartu, but for the last decade or so, I've been living in Scotland. So in a way, I think I can give an idea of the program as a home student, but also an international student.
Amazing. And Jason?
Oh, hey, hello. My name is Jason Greenberg, and I'm studying sound and visual technology here at the University of Tartu Viljandi Culture Academy.
Perfect, amazing. So for the first question, what do you like about the University of Tartu?
So about the program, what I like, what I enjoy is that it's challenging in a positive way. It's also flexible. Most of our students on this program, we have full-time jobs, we have families, but we are still able to do our master's degree as well. And yeah, it's also quite very inspiring. So these are the three key words that I would say about the program itself.
Amazing. And what about you, Jason?
What do I like most about the University of Tartu? So I'm actually at the Viljandi Culture Academy, so I don't have much experience with the actual main campus. But what I can say, what I like most about the Culture Academy is, I mean, it's an academy of culture, which is self-explanatory. You get a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds representing a lot of different aspects of musical and visual culture and dance and creation in general. So it's really like a hub for connecting with like-minded people, really, who are working towards similar goals as you.
Amazing. And what do you think it is important about your program that you like people to know?
I think one of the main things is that since it is a program that we do while we're working, we have to be quite good at time management. But then again, I think as adults, this should not be a problem. But it's also another thing that is quite important is to engage. It's an online program, so you can feel quite isolated. So my suggestion for the future students would be to have or establish a good peer group who will be their online support, a peer support. Because learning online, it can be quite lonely, quite isolated. So yes, definitely establish a peer group.
Amazing. What about you, Jason?
Could you repeat the question?
I was asking that, what do you think that it is important in your program that people should know about?
Well, I mean, with sound and visual technology, definitely they should know about sound a bit, or visual technology. You know, like they should already have some sort of prerequisite knowledge to know what they're going for. But I guess okay. I guess you should probably have your own motivation when pursuing a course like this, because it's built there to help you grow as a person, and they won't necessarily give you things that you don't already have that just help you progress and grow in the things that you already want to pursue. You know, it's like you can't expect a lot of these programs to give you 0 to 100 in just a couple of years. You know, like a lot of these courses are here to develop what you've already started developing for years. You know, you should really be passionate, is what I'm saying, if you want to engage in a program like this.
True. As you are in Viljandi, I just wanted to ask you, like, how's life in Viljandi for you?
Oh, it's very relaxing. I was living in China before this, in a city the size of Austria. So, like, to be in a town like so small is really relaxing. I can breathe, you know, I can walk outside and just see nothing, which is really surprising, actually, you know, to not see a sea of people everywhere.
But at least Viljandi has got a very beautiful nature around it. I mean, I love Viljandi.
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah. And to you, since you were away from Estonia for a long time, what do you think about living in Estonia and like since you're coming back and you're studying here? What is the thing about Estonia that you love it the most?
So just to specify that I actually study online, so I'm not currently living in Estonia, but in Tartu, I think Tartu is a small, wonderful town that offers good leisure opportunities. It has a rich culture, and it's just an amazing, friendly place to be.
That's true. I mean, we all love Tartu. What else I can be like, what is the weather look like for you, especially for you in Viljandi? I mean, we're not like native here.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'm not really a huge fan of the cold, to be honest, and I thought I was going to possibly expire this winter. I was like, oh man, this is going to be my last one. But within like 2 weeks, because the weather progressively drops, I just got a nice coat and I found myself quite comfortable. Actually, too warm, to be honest, sometimes, which was surprising, you know. Like, you know, with a nice coat and the right, exercise, diet, and all that kind of stuff, you just feel like, okay, I can deal with this.
How do you think like about English in Estonia? Do you think do you use like English more often or like Estonian more often? And do you think the international student that they are coming from other countries, they are actually like English is enough for them, or they need to know Estonian in advance?
So I think that most people in Estonia they either speak it very well or they at least understand. And as I understand from my peers who have been to Estonia as part of their studies or just to visit, then they are amazed and surprised by how well people can communicate in English. So I don't think that knowing Estonia when coming here is a problem, but as an Estonian, I can say that if you can say tere and aitäh, if you learn a few words, then our hearts, they melt quite quickly.
Oh, aitäh. And to you, Jason, especially because you're in Viljandi, did you, learn Estonian, or how's like life there with English generally?
Well, I mean, I speak a bunch of languages, so I'm not really a stranger to like learning a new language. So when I came here, I started learning a little bit, and I'm not great at it, but I have been able to get my way out of some situations, or like talk to the grocery lady, and she's like, "What apples are these?" And I'm like, I don't know, maitea, like I don't know what apples those are, like enough to pull out when necessary. But I really don't think I think honestly, if you go to any country, you should learn like the basic things to communicate, so you don't need it. Because, all right, for example, someone I used to know would go country to country without speaking any of the languages, and they would just point, and they got everything they needed. So, I mean, you can survive, but, if you want to feel connected to the community, you should probably learn a little bit,
Yeah, you're right. And what was the most Estonian things you did? I mean, you've done so far?
Learn how to walk on the ice. I was like, figure that out.
Yeah, I would second that, because I have been away from Estonia for 10, 11 years, and this is my first winter. And yes, walking on ice is one thing that I have had to learn the last 2 days, so it's been tough.
Oh, but what else for you especially? What is the most Estonian things?
I think the most Estonian thing at this time of the year is vastlakukkel, hernesupp. Today is vastlapäev. It's a Shrove Tuesday. So yeah, I think for today this would be the most Estonian thing to do: to have vastlakukkel, eat pea soup, and have a long sledge down the Toomemägi. So
down the hill onto the frozen lake.
Yeah, why not?
That's actually one of the best experiences that anyone can have. Okay, so about your program, what are the opportunities that your program gonna, provide for you in future?
So I think, as our program director said earlier, so this is a program for teachers who want to improve their understanding of how to incorporate technology into learning and teaching. And it's also for those who are maybe more well-versed in technology, but they want to improve their understanding of the educational side. And then there's the third path, which is the research path. There's educational research at University of Tartu, so this would be another opportunity for prospective students to follow.
And what about you, Jason? What are the opportunities that your program gonna provide for you, especially in future?
Okay. Well, like almost immediately, there's lots of projects to get involved in whichever side of the spectrum you lean on. So if it's like visual technology or sound technology, there's plenty of like practical projects that you can be a part of. But personally, coming back to studying, I was teaching English in China before, and coming back to studying and using this program to further my education in sound and visual technology has given me the opportunity time-wise to actually start working in the industry with sound technology. I've been getting a lot of jobs from like studios in New York and different places because I've had the time and the, I guess the mindset. Like once I switched to, okay, it's music time now, the opportunities have just started pouring in. And a lot of the things that I was discussing in the courses, I was able to use in a professional context almost immediately, just like some of the ideas that were being discussed. I was like, oh yeah, I heard about this, I did that. And they were like, oh, you know about this? Oh, we'd love to have you come work for us. So like, I think really just exposure and being in the mind frame that you like to be is something that this really offers you. Like if you're a video person, then this allows you the opportunity to express that, to work on that and to focus on that for, the time that you like,
Fabulous. And what are the opportunities, are there any opportunities for you to study abroad with this program?
During the program, I would say that it's not about opportunities, but it's more about the time that we have. It's an intensive 10-month program. And as I said, we have families, we have jobs, so there is no time for anything extra.
That was on point. And what about you, Jason? What about your program? About like studying abroad, or are there any opportunities for you to study abroad with your program?
Oh, definitely. There's, I'd say almost a dozen different like partners we can go to, and we can, how do you say? There's like a practical part of the curriculum where we can choose like a sort of internship with a company or some, like if we want to do video game sound, we could go work for a video game company and get credits for that. But yeah, I'm not sure actually.
I mean, that's good. That's fine. And for you, since you're also like you're Estonian, so what's the best tip for balancing life and school in Estonia, specifically in Tartu?
What is the best?
What is the best tip for balancing life and study in Tartu?
Well, since I don't live in Tartu, I can't say what it would be the best thing here, but I would say that just being mindful of your goals and trying to find the balance between life, work, and studies. And
just for the last final sentences for our discussions. I just wanted to know, is there any special things that you would like to tell the students that they want to apply for these programs? And just let us know, what did you do for it, and what do you recommend for the students that they are, they want to come to Estonia. So shall we go first with Jason?
Yeah, sure. I'd say the biggest thing that I encounter when I talk to people like around the world about this, when they say, I wish I could study this there. I wish I could do that. They say, oh, how did you do this? How'd you move there? Da, da, da. And I think the biggest thing is like the fear or getting out of your comfort zone. A lot of people don't want to take the steps necessary to like leave all the things that they've known for so long. And I think the risk associated with that is kind of great, but I've actually had, knock on wood, but I've had zero problems just leaving and going to another country and living there for 3 or 4 years. And I think a lot of people could benefit from that experience. So if you're thinking about it, the only thing holding you back is yourself, That's like, the opportunities are there, and the process has become so smooth in the past, 50 years for international border crossing and getting visas and doing everything like that. It's not really an obstacle. Like I had a friend that I grew up with in Virginia. I moved to Berlin for a few years, and I saw him there randomly, like, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I got a visa, I got a freelance thing, and now I'm working over here. And it's like, it's actually possible that I've gone to school with people that I've seen around the world in other places, So I think really, yeah, if you want to do it, it is a little bit scary maybe for people that are on the fence about it, but once you take that risk, the rewards are so much greater. There's, you find everywhere you go, people aren't that different. Like when I moved to China, I thought, oh, it's going to be China, a whole new thing. The second I walked out of the hotel, I saw a taxi pass, I saw like a convenience store, I saw somebody walking down the street, and I was like, oh, wow, like eating food or something. And I was like, okay, wait a second, they have meat, they have vegetables, they have, water, they have convenience stores, they have taxis. There's nothing really that different here. Like I actually had a problem finding something different fundamentally from everywhere I've been, Like everybody eats food, everybody talks, everybody socializes, everybody goes to work, they go to school. So it's not really that different is what I'm saying. If you're thinking about coming to study here, just do it. It's really easy. It's not actually that difficult. Only obstacle is, I guess fear or something.
Yeah, thank you. And what about you?
So for the educational technology program, there is no need to cross borders, at least not to come and stay here for a year. But I would agree with Jason in terms of getting out of your comfort zone. And I mean it in terms of engagement. It is an online program. You do work mainly with your own schedule. So engagement is paramount. So because what I say is that what you put into the program is what you get out. So yeah, this is my biggest tip for the prospective and future students, just to engage.
That is really good, actually. What you put in is what you get out is a perfect way to say it, definitely.
Anything else that you guys want to add before we say goodbye in our student discussion?
I'm sure there's 1,000 things I could say, but it's really fun being a student, and I really enjoy it. And I've gotten a lot of free time and a lot of opportunities as a result of making this decision. So if I were you, I'd do it. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Jason. Ian?
And yes, I would say the same. It's hard, but it's very rewarding.
It is. So thank you guys for joining us for this student discussions, and I hope you enjoyed it. So if you guys are eager to study in Estonia, you kind of got the just a perspective from the from some of our students here. And that's it. We hope to continue the student discussion today, and please stay tuned for our Open Door week. Thank you.
Welcome back to our next info session, which is dedicated to programs in arts and humanities. And during this session, we are going to introduce you 3 of our master's programs, which are Folkloristics and Applied Heritage Studies, Philosophy, and Semiotics. And if you could see, I have quite some speakers on the stage today. So we will start from the Folkloristics from the presentation about Folkloristics and Applied Heritage Studies, and this presentation is going to be introduced by Elohana Seljama. And then we will continue by presentation in philosophy, which is going to be done by Alex Davis. And then 2 of our presenters, Eli-Mari Tragel and Tiit Rem, are going to introduce the program in semiotics. I would like also to remind you that you have a great chance to leave your questions, and then our program managers are going to answer them online. So if you are watching us from Workshop, please find the bottom Q&A, which is next to the current session, and then you can write your questions, and then we will answer them online. In case if your question was already asked, you can also rate it, and then we are going to find this question the first on the list. Okay, I think we can start right now. Enjoy the session and please ask your questions. And we will start with our first presentation. Elohana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and very glad to be here today and to introduce you the Folkloristics and Applied Heritage Studies program. So this is a 2-year master's program, and one of the things that makes it unique is that it's being managed by different units at the University of Tartu. So we have the Institute of Cultural Research and then the Viljandi Culture Academy, and we are kind of responsible for the different aspects of this program. And we offer 2 specializations. One of them is analysis of folklore and cultural heritage, and the other one is the study of and application of the heritage of crafts. And we accepted the first cohort in 2017, so this is still a fairly new program, and your cohort would be the 6th one. So we already have some experience, but it's still new, and kind of we're very enthusiastic about the program itself and what it enables us to do. So one of the reasons for establishing this program was that we sensed that there was a need for a critical and constructive response to the current heritage boom that all of us are experiencing right now, have been doing so already for almost 2 decades at least. And in this program, we approach cultural heritage as a resource that is to be used ethically and sustainably. And at the same time, we don't approach heritage as something that is already there, but rather we're interested in how it's made and who is making it and why and what kinds of different kind of heritages are there. So we want to equip our students with tools for mediating between various interest groups in this broad field of heritage. And to do so on local, national, and international level, and all of them are intertwined when it is about heritage. And in particular, we focus on intangible cultural heritage, and also how it relates to folklore. So in our program, we approach them as different categories that also have overlaps, and what you can do with one or the other is something you learn when you come to study with us. And another thing that is unique to this program, and that was also a rationale behind creating it, is craft studies. We have wonderful competence for it at the University of Tartu, more particularly at the Viljandi Culture Academy. And it's something we wanted to share with the world. How do you study craft, and why does it matter in our world? And Viljandi Culture Academy is located about 80 kilometers from Tartu. There is a good connection, and we do have students who are taking classes in Viljandi, and then also in Tartu. So some more program highlights that we are kind of happy and proud of is that we are really able to focus on students and to help them develop their chosen career paths. Because our program is relatively small, or some would say in comparison to some other programs at the University of Tartu, it's very small, which means that we can really offer tailor-made solutions based on students' individual needs and plans. And what helps us do it is our generous elective course module. So our students are kind of expected to choose courses from other departments at the Institute of Cultural Research, from other institutes in Arts and Humanities, but also from elsewhere at the University of Tartu. And our students are really doing it, and sometimes they succeed in finding courses I even didn't know they exist. And they have very good explanations for why they ought to take them and how it's going to help them in their plans related to heritage, cultural heritage, and folkloristics. What we also aim to do is to provide students with practical skills and also academic skills. And I would like to say here that academic skills are practical as well. And also hands-on experiences that would enable them to develop career opportunities both in academia and also elsewhere. And one of the ways in which we support this is the opportunity to graduate with a master's project, which is an alternative to the traditional master's thesis, and I say more about it very soon. Then something that I think the entire University of Tartu ought to be proud of is that we offer plenty of study abroad opportunities, and the curriculum is structured in such a way that when you take courses abroad, they count towards your studies in Tartu. And there's a link there so you can explore the various study abroad opportunities yourself later. And something that I personally am very proud of and that continues to inspire me as a scholar and as a teacher is the diverse study environment and our diverse student population. So currently we have 21 students who come from 14 different countries, which really is a wonderful resource that we tap into in classes and that we are kind of aiming to learn to use better and better with each year. And to me, this diversity speaks to the importance of cultural heritage and intangible cultural heritage in particular in the contemporary world, that it has relevance on all continents and in very different countries. And regarding the student population, I would also emphasize the NEFA student organization, which brings together international students and then students from Estonia working and studying in our Estonian language programs in ethnology and folkloristics. And something that NEFA does is organize events also. And so it's a wonderful socializing as well as kind of learning opportunity. Our program is affiliated with the UNESCO Chair on Applied Studies of Intangible Cultural Heritage at the University of Tartu. In the entire world, there are only 8 UNESCO chairs in the field of intangible cultural heritage. And there is a network of UNESCO chairs worldwide. They can be dedicated to various topics, but the overall aim is to enhance higher education and scientific research. And this is also what we aim to do by doing research and preparing students for various kind of subfields in the broad field of heritage studies. Then a couple of words about the curriculum. So as I mentioned briefly already before, our students can choose between 2 specializations. So one is the analysis of folklore and cultural heritage, and this is something that me and my colleagues at the Institute of Cultural Research in Tartu are responsible for. And they're listed. You can see some keywords and topics that give a sense of what is discussed in the courses, and also the research topics of the faculty members, and the geographical kind of focus points that we have. And you can see it really extends from Estonia and the Finno-Ugric peoples to India and Mongolia and really various countries and parts of the world. And then the study and application of the heritage of craft track in Viljandi, where courses look at craft studies, what it is and how to do it, and also practice-based learning. So how you can learn about culture by looking at how craft items are made and various craft techniques, but also didactics, kind of gender issues, various aspects that we maybe don't think are related to craft, but they are. And then our students choose between either a master's thesis, which is quite a kind of traditional, established genre, many of you might be familiar with, and then the more novel master's project, which is essentially something a practical thing that you yourself do, and it's based on research and theory. So it still kind of comes out of your academic research and training, but it gives practical results. And I've listed there some of the sample things that our students have done. So, for example, they've designed educational tools, they've done podcast databases, created nominations for the Intangible Cultural Heritage list of either in their country or for the UNESCO, and also exhibitions, books and films. So it's really, the choice is yours, and we do our best to kind of help you make the best out of your plans and kind of choices. And altogether in the curriculum, there are 7 modules. And some of them are more compulsory and others are based on your choices entirely. Looking at what our students do once they graduate, so even though this is not a particular goal for us, then many of them have gone to continue their studies at PhD level at major universities in Europe and North America. Then also they have the skills to work as experts and mediators in the fields of cultural heritage and cultural policy. And usually countries have their own kind of networks and organizations in this field. So it's also up to you and looking at what it is that you want to do. Then museums and archives, applied anthropology is something that's included in our courses. Media, writing and translating. So it's really, to make the most of this program, it's good to have a plan, and then we help you make this plan come true. So your initiative is important here. In addition to studies, I wanted to highlight some recurrent meetings and events. So on the one hand, it's wonderful socializing opportunity. On the other hand, it's networking also with other students, your future colleagues in other parts of the world, and also with scholars and faculty members from other countries. I would like to emphasize here that we have a wonderful partnership with the Estonian National Museum here in Tartu. It's very much integrated into our studies. Students do internships there. And also can volunteer for word film festivals and other events organized by the National Museum. And then there are several student conferences happening every year or every other year. And also students are very welcome to participate in events and other initiatives that come out from our faculty's current and recent research projects. So I've listed it here again to show the wide kind of breadth of our expertise, but also, you know, to give you a sense of whether these are the topics you might be interested in, and if so, you might get experiences of participating in academic research projects already while doing your master's studies. Then the admissions requirements, really the most important things are the motivation letter and the admission interview, and you can find more detailed guidelines online. And what we really want to see and hear is you and why you are interested in folkloristics and applied heritage studies and where you see it taking you in the future. So your voice is important, and we want to see that when we read the letter and when we talk to you during the interview. And I would really encourage you to go through some of these links that show how our students, colleagues from other parts of the world have perceived of the program and what they think of it and how they experience it, and also some stories and projects by our students, so what they have done, for example, for their master's project and what it has taught them and why it matters. And also some further links for further information about the programs and the departments that kind of make up this program. And if you have further questions, then you are very welcome to email me or then email our general email address, and we'll get back to you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Alohanna, for your presentation. It was really nice to see that there are so many links that students can actually, after they receive the slides, can actually go by and then can see all the projects and everything what is happening at the department and everything what is related to the program. I also would like to mention that we are, of course, going to forward you all of the slides and also the recording of the Open Doors Week, so you're going to have all of the information afterwards. But meanwhile, I still encourage you to ask right now the questions, because there is an excellent chance to get your answers online. So please don't forget to leave your questions in WorkSap, and then we will open our Q&A session after all presentations are done. And now we are going to move on to the next presentation, and we have Alex, who is going to introduce the program in philosophy. Alex, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello. Okay, so I'll jump straight into this. So let's start off with the question, why philosophy? So why would you want to study philosophy? Well, if you consider various challenges that are kind of facing the world at the moment, then you'll find that philosophical questions tend to underlie them. It's not long before you run into them. So here are 3 examples of that. So if you think about, for instance, whether requiring COVID passes as a condition on going into like a bar or a cafe, whether that's a form of discrimination, that's a philosophical question. That's one example. Another example, suppose you're educating children about homosexuality, for instance, in schools. Some people call that propaganda, and some people vehemently deny that. That's a philosophical question. Does it constitute that? Third example, if you think about the kind of polarization that's been going on over the world, the kind of move away from the center ground, then you can ask whether or not people are doing that for rational reasons. So whether or not when they form their beliefs on, for instance, climate change, whether they're forming their beliefs in a rational way. And that, again, is a philosophical question. What is it to form beliefs in a rational way is a philosophical question. So in terms of content, philosophers are working on various issues which have implications for what you should do in these various circumstances. What is the right thing to do? And here's a range of examples of the kind of topics that our recent MA students have been working on, which are similarly grounded in situations which, so the questions have practical implications. So if you take standards of guilt, so one would be, should you think that beyond reasonable doubt means that it's highly likely that the person is guilty? It turns out that if you interpret it that way, then you run into various kinds of problems. So for instance, you end up being committed to saying that purely on the basis of statistical evidence, you can convict somebody. So just because it's really, really probable. And many people feel very uneasy about that if you don't have any other further evidence in favor of that. But I won't go through these. You can look again at these when this stuff goes online. But these are an illustration of these sorts of issues that our MA students work on. But in addition to the content of philosophy, there's also the form. So there's certain kinds of transferable skills which you develop if you train in philosophy. So one of them would be developing clarity, the clarity of your argument. That's one thing that philosophers value very highly, that when you explain why you believe something, that you make very clear why it is that you believe it so that people can inspect those reasons and look at whether they're any good. Another is, say, rigor, or the meticulousness in investigating some question. And a third transferable skill would be being able to communicate to a range of different audiences, even when that audience doesn't share the work that you've spent on those questions. How can you communicate to people who don't share that background? And that's another thing that one develops in developing philosophical training. Okay, degree structure. So what about our degree structure? So our degree is very much tailored to where you're coming from, and I'm going to go into this in some detail. So one way in which our department facilitates that kind of tailoring is that it's a very diverse department. So it has all these different areas of philosophy, people working on research on these different areas of philosophy. And so if you have an interest in those areas, you can look up who's working on departments, and you can start to work on that yourself. So that's one aspect of diversity. Another thing is, if we look at master's degrees across the world, then you tend to find that they fall into taught masters or research masters. Taught masters are masters where predominantly you take a lot of courses, and then at the end you write a thesis. Another kind of masters is a research masters, and that's where you spend your degree producing a series of small pieces of research. Our degree is set up so that you can basically design what kind of a degree you want. So this large red section here is an area where you can basically choose whether you would like to fill it up with courses, or instead whether you would like to work with a supervisor or several supervisors on a series of pieces of research, where they will basically mentor you in developing the sets of skills that I was just describing. So depending on where you're coming from, your background, you can then choose that balance. And it works. So I'm pretty proud of the fact, and the department is pretty proud of the fact, that approximately 50% of each cohort of our students goes on to a funded PhD program in universities across the world. That's not 50% of the students who want to go, who try, because not all students want to go on and do philosophical research. But it's an indication that the training that we provide is competitive. What that means is that many of our students are out-competing other people from other universities for those positions. So I think we do this job quite well. Okay, and then those who don't go into philosophical research go into a variety of areas where they're using those transferable skills and the content knowledge that they develop from the training that they receive from our degree. Okay, so what do we want from our applicants? So two things. So one is a sense of direction, so where they want to be by the time they finish their degree. And the other is that they're well prepared for that. So I'm now going to go into what that means. So what we ask from applicants are these three things. So in addition to an undergraduate degree and your language requirements, your English language requirements, we require these three things. So motivation letter, which explains, well, I'll go into this. A motivation letter, writing sample, and an interview. Now, the first two elements, the motivation letter and the interview, are both after your story. So what we want to, given that we give you so much freedom to choose how to structure your degree, we want to know that you have a goal that you want to achieve by means of the degree, and so that you're in a position to make decisions about how to structure it. So we want to know why you want to come here, what you intend to do afterwards, and how the degree is going to help you get from where you came from to where you want to go. Now, one thing I want to stress is that we have people who have a background in philosophy, but we also have people who don't have a background in philosophy. They have backgrounds in other areas. We don't prioritize those with a background in philosophy. We're interested in people who have the characteristics that I'm describing. So that they, well, for starters, that they have this goal that will help them to structure their degree when they're here. Okay. The writing sample in the interview. So there we want to see that people understand what it is that we do. We want to, so they don't necessarily have to be able to do it as well as they're going to be able to do it by the time they finish our degree. But we want them to know what philosophy is about. This focus on presenting an argument in defense of a thesis, presenting it clearly and so on, that's what you're trying to do. And so the writing samples that we receive are sometimes philosophical essays, if the student has a background in philosophy, but not necessarily. So there are many good applications where they're showing that they understand what philosophy is about, even though the piece of writing that they send us to illustrate their knowledge of this, or their awareness of this, is not itself philosophical, but it's still defending a claim and presenting a clear argument for it. Okay. Right, cost of living. So I want to make a comparison with other places, and I want to do this because if you're thinking about studying philosophy here, then one thing that you'll be thinking about is you'll be looking at other philosophy MAs in other European countries, and I really want to stress that you're getting a good deal if you come here. We do our job well, and it's good value for money. So the degree itself is 4,000 a year, but there are these 8 fee waiver places. The cost of living itself is relatively low. So speaking to a couple of our current MA students, then they estimated that students will spend approximately 400 euros per month. The student on the left here, student 1, also receives a stipend, so she's spending slightly more and she's living in her own apartment. The student on the right is not receiving a stipend, lives in student accommodation, but is fine. Okay. Stipends, so these kinds of things. So an achievement stipend, which was what student 1 had. And then if you're an Estonian citizen, then you're eligible for needs-based stipends as well. And work, so it's possible to find work whilst you're here. So the student on the right, again, it's the same student 2, doesn't speak Estonian, so they got a minimum wage job, and they use that to pay their living expenses whilst they're here. The student on the left receives a stipend. I think she also receives help from her family. But she's confirming what the student on the right is saying as well, that if you don't speak Estonian, you can get a minimum wage job. If you do speak Estonian, then the range of jobs you can get is much broader. But if you don't speak Estonian, you might also be able to get a job in the IT sector as well, which would help you in your studies. Okay, study environment. Okay, so the degree is, we've said it's scaffolded, so you get a lot of freedom to design it, but you're also going to be overseen in your choices by people who know better than you how the degree works. So that includes us giving you seminars, which help you to develop certain skills and be aware of how to take next steps after you finish your MA. But it also means that you're going to get assigned a supervisor immediately, even if you're taking lots of courses, because that supervisor will help you to make choices in designing your degree so that you get what you want out of it. The department is small, so that means that pretty soon everybody knows your name. And you will know the names. You'll probably be on first name basis with various members of staff. It's a very small place where you can ask for help very, very easily. It's not that you have to go through a large bureaucratic mechanism to try to get what you need. You can just talk to people very directly. Given our selection procedure and the kind of students that we're interested in, you're going to end up being surrounded by ambitious, smart, and supportive peers. You're going to be surrounded by people who were selected because they know what they want to get out of the degree, they know what they want to be, where they want to be after they finish the degree, and that's the kind of intellectual environment that you're going to be in whilst you're here. And examples of this. So there's a philosophy club that's run by the students. They ran a film series where they did public events, show a film, and then there'll be a discussion between a philosopher and then somebody else, going over the philosophical themes of the film. And also they were helping organize career development meetings, such as the one on the left here. Okay. And the environment's international. So your peers are going to be international. Most of them are. The staff are international, and the staff are international in 2 senses. There are members of staff who are not Estonian, but there are also many members of staff, most members of staff who are Estonian, have got very large parts of their education from abroad. So they're integrated with the international philosophical community. Every year we have the Frege lectures, so that's when a very renowned philosopher will come to Tartu for a week and develop a series of lectures, and you'll be able to kind of hang out with them, basically. You'll be able to go to lunch with them, talk about their work, their ideas. And in preparation for that, we always have a summer school where we read the work of the philosopher who's coming to visit so that we're all in sync with what's going to be said. Almost every year we have graduate workshops, so those are workshops which are run and organized by the graduate students themselves, so they get experience in doing that, and that allows them to develop a theme of the workshop which is related to their relevant research concerns. And on a regular basis, we have guest speakers coming into the department or during the time of the pandemic via Zoom to give talks. I mean, just yesterday we had Matthew Dennis, who's a philosopher who works on the effect of social media use on well-being and how to adapt the structure of social media so as to improve well-being. So that would happen yesterday. Okay, so I think that's pretty much everything that I wanted to say. So I just say that if you basically Google Tartu Philosophy Masters, you'll get a web page which has all of this information on it, and pretty much any question that you have will be answered by the information on that page. But having said that, obviously, ask questions for the Q&A that comes up later. But yeah, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation and also for providing the case study from your students based on the living expenses and other information, which is going to be very useful for our future applicants. I also would like to invite you to our next session, because we are going to have students who are currently enrolled to these programs that are going to be introduced right now, or just been introduced, and you can also ask the questions about accommodation or life and how is their life going on as well. And right now I also would like to say that you can leave your questions. Don't forget to leave your questions. We are going to answer them after the last presentation. And right now we are going to move to our next presentation, which is going to be about master's programs in semiotics, and I'm giving the floor to Eli-Mari and Tiit. Please.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. We are here together because I am more representing the administrative side, and then Tiit is a program director who will be in Tartu more involved in the content of the program and the courses specifically. Today we're going to introduce just semiotic studies in Tartu, the department, how it's going to be when you come here, more about the curriculum specifically, and give you examples about the courses, then the research that is done in the department, and some extracurricular activities. So first about the department. Semiotics department in Tartu. It's also really small and cozy, but what is really special is that it's actually one of the key semiotic centers in the academic world and in Europe. So, well, so about semiotics, we always have to kind of introduce what semiotics is in the first place. So I'm going to do that as well. And semiotics, it's a study of meaning generation processes, or semiosis. So it really focuses on communication and interpretation. So when you would study semiotics, you would get really this interdisciplinary and systematic understanding of how to investigate meaning and how to understand what makes life meaningful. And it has been actually said by, for example, Thomas Sebeok that semiosis is life. So it really makes you understand life better. And in Tartu, the Department of Semiotics, it has really deep roots in especially semiotics of culture and biosemiotics. So Jüri Lotman, the founder of Tartu Moscow Semiotics School, and the oldest journal of semiotics, science system studies from the 60s, are from Tartu, this department, and also the forerunner of biosemiotics, Jakob von Uexküll, whose works on Umwelt theory maybe you have heard of. They have great relevance for theories of biology also as well. So the department established 30 years ago this year at the initiative of Jüri Lotman, is sharing a floor with philosophy. So we have this nice communication going on with other humanities courses as well. We have a small department of around 20 academic faculty members. Their doors are always open. You can go have a discussion, talk about your interests. We have approximately 120 students, and what is special about Semiotics department in Tartu is that it's you have an opportunity to study semiotics kind of from the beginning to the end of this academic road. We have students on a BA program, we have Estonian masters, then international masters that we are talking about today, and also PhD students. So students from different levels, different backgrounds from all over the world come together. They have really different interests, and then everybody is kind of bringing their own curiosity into the discussion, and you will have seminars with them. So the discussions, they're really, really wide, topic-wise. We have three main branches of study: semiotics of culture and biosemiotics, obviously, and then also sociosemiotics, which and all of these they give you together really broad understanding of general theory of semiotics, so you can get the really good background for each and every one of these, and theories of Ferdinand de Saussure and Peirce and all other fathers of semiotics, so to say. But also you can kind of specialize in the field that feels most close to your heart. So you can take more courses in like the culture side and less in biosemiotics, for example, or however you feel like you want to go this way. We also have a semiotics library that we are really, really happy about. This is a memorial collection of Toomas Sebeok, which has a lot of books on biology and others about all corners of semiotics. And this also is a place where you can go visit and do your research. So the International Masters Program in Tartu is in English. It's 120 credits over 2 years. And yes, taking place in downtown Tartu, but also I would like to specify in the light of previous events that we are also really experienced now in online studies. So for example, when traveling is complicated, our professors are prepared to offer this online attendance as well. And they're really helpful in this matter. So just something to bear in mind. It's designed so that there is 3 semesters dedicated for study and 1 semester in the end where you can more concentrate on your own research work. There's no courses anymore. So you can really take time to get into the investigation of meaning you want to do. About career opportunities, you see on the screen one example of what a semiotician has done, but basically all areas that require analytical skills and where signification, interpretation and communication are central. So consultation companies, for example, like you see on the screen, there's this kind of an entrepreneur opportunity to open your own consultation company. They give advice on court cases, for example. Our graduates work in media, public relations, editing, all kinds of public administration places, creating communication strategies, and of course academic jobs. Many of our master students continue in PhD and they want to pursue career in academics. So this is also encouraged a lot. And now more on the curriculum.
Yes, thank you, Elli, and welcome. And I tried to give, as a semiotician, some more dialogue into this presentation. So Elli already told a bit about the content of the program, but here is also the structure. And the structure is very simple, namely it starts with some common ground and basics of semiotics. So even if you don't have much of previous knowledge, you can set it here. And there is also the main knowledge of the Tartu School of Semiotics in those basic courses. And the studies end with master thesis or master project, which is also the more practically oriented project that includes either semiotic analysis or semiotic ground for the project. And in between those endpoints, there are specialization, where you can also have some choices between the branches of semiotics, but also among elective courses that include some general skills, but also various topics from semiotics, and the list is continuously developing. So there are also sometimes guest lectures or some ad hoc topics. And also we have listed there some courses from our Master School of Humanities, which are among the elective courses. And besides, of course, you can choose something from your very own interest also. And during those studies, as I said, you need to make the master project or master thesis. And this is actually supported all through the studies, starting from the very getting to know the field and the department and learning some basics of academic writing and activity in semiotics, continuing with support for planning your research, and then already actual thesis research and writing. Up to the last semester, when it should be mostly individual writing and supervising. And actually, if you manage your choices, you can also have the last semester only for your master thesis, writing it wherever you want. And there are also on the slide some topics of previous master thesis. The important thing is that you can actually choose your topic according to your own interest, and of course taking into account also the competencies of possible supervisors. But the field is really wide, as there are also different branches of semiotics that include social, biological, as well as cultural topics. And here you can see most of our supervisors. The department is not big. And you can also see here the possible weather conditions in January, namely the true winter wonderland. And the staff who will teach you is mostly research staff, so that teaching is here research-based, and all the professors are engaged with research projects that vary from the study of strategic narratives in political communication to really elementary grounds of semiotics, like the question of semiotic fitting as a semiotic notion, but also the relations in the environment and human-environment relations, which is a bit more into the direction of applied semiotics, as well as the study how cultural education can use better semiotic theories and resources.
Oh, yeah, and already mentioned, we have Science System Studies, the oldest journal of semiotics here, and other several outstanding publication series, like Acta Semiotica Estica, and Tartu Semiotics library that are publishing research articles all the time. And students also have a really great opportunity to send their work to Hortus Semioticus journal for students. And we also have many events and activities, the extracurricular communication. For example, just yesterday we celebrated Juri Lotman's 100th centenary with a huge congress that ended yesterday, and our students could participate either as a listener, presenter, or a volunteer there. We have International Summer University this year taking place in July, dedicated to Juri Lotman and Semiotics of Culture. And it's contemporary applications. We have visiting professors from around the world. This year, for example, cultural psychologist Jaan Valsiner is here. We have semiosalon events, these after-hours semiotic discussions. You can take a look at their website and see the recordings online. Students can give presentations there, and we go to trips to different places in Estonia with colleagues to see the meaning processes around us every day. And yes, and this is it. If you have any questions about admission, you're welcome to go to the website. All the information is there, or ask us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli, Maria, and Tiit, for your presentation, and also for presenting some research perspective of what our students can do while studying semiotics at the University of Tartu. I guess right now it's going to be a right time to open a Q&A session and to answer the questions from our participants. So I have already monitored some of the questions, and there are lots of questions about motivation letter. So our applicants are interested, what they should write to be a successful candidate and what is expected from them. Maybe you can give some tips, and I would like to have maybe a round. Maybe we can start with Elohana. What would you expect in motivation letter from the prospective applicant?
That is it's a vital question because it's the first stage. And I guess there are differences there between programs, but in folkloristics and applied heritage studies, what we are looking for is really your individual voice, why it is that you're interested in this topic, what has brought you there, and where you can see the studies will take you in the future. So in a way, you need to mediate between different temporalities and kind of try to avoid cliches, because, for example, it's very easy to write in a stereotypical manner about folklore or cultural heritage, but we want to kind of go beyond the surface and get to know you a little bit via this letter. So I would say, like, your voice and abstaining from stereotypes is really important.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah. Well, one thing I'd like to say is, and I suspect this is true of other people as well, is that if you want a more detailed description of how we assess motivation letters and other parts of the application, that's included on the websites for the respective master's programs. So you can then see how the admissions committee is going to judge whether it's good or bad by looking at those criteria. So that's just one thing. But if I think about philosophy in particular, then again, I was stressing the flexibility of the program, that we want to be able to see that people are going to be internally motivated when they're here to really make the most out of it. So we want to see, like, where you're coming from. So what was your previous degree? Where do you want to be after you're finishing the MA? And how is it that the MA is going to be the means by which you get from your background to that next stage? And there can be more or less compelling stories about this kind of thing. So if you are very vague or you engage in various stereotypes, then that's less convincing. It suggests that you haven't thought about it so much. Whereas if you get something that's distinctive, something that's a bit more detailed, that can be much more compelling. It gives us more confidence that you really are a person who wants to come here and that you're going to make the most out of the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Tita, I can see that you are ready to answer.
Yes, actually for semiotics, the approach is rather much the same. Namely, we mostly want to know why you want to study semiotics. But this already includes at least a bit of previous knowledge of semiotics. We don't expect that you have studied many courses, but just that you know where you are coming to and what do you want to get from semiotics. Also your previous background, as there can be students from many fields, not even only humanities or social sciences, and how you connect your previous background to this, what you expect from semiotics. And so maybe also what mostly triggers your interest from our program or the research, our staff. And also if you don't manage to include everything, then the interview will also later be based on the motivation letter, so you can develop your ideas and plans there also.
Thank you very much. We have another question to semiotics. Can I do a comparative study of Yuri Lotman and other terrorists outside Tartu Moscow School? Very specific. Thank you. So next questions that we received about the scholarship opportunities. So maybe we can just make a circle, another circle, and talk about tuition waivers or any other scholarship opportunities at each department. And then we don't take these questions anymore. So Elohana, if you can start, please.
Thank you. So this year we can hand out 5 tuition fee waivers, and they are based on the ranking of candidates. Then Alex, in his presentation, covered some of the common ground of achievement stipend and some other stipends that are available to all students at the University of Tartu. And some of them become available after starting from the second semester. And then there are some stipends that are specific to our Folkloristics and Applied Heritage Studies program, or rather they are specific to all programs in ethnology, folkloristics, and these are also, you can apply for them when you're already a student. And usually also you have to write a motivation letter and explain why you are a worthy candidate. And then there are stipends for going abroad or for doing shorter or longer research trips, like Dora Plus, for example, if you need to do fieldwork for your master's thesis or project, or attend at the conference or something like that. So there are stipends for different purposes, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Alex, would you like to continue?
Yeah, so a lot of overlap there. I guess we have a few more of the fee waivers. So we've got 8 fee waivers. Again, there's the general stipends. So the achievement stipend, if you're an Estonian citizen, then the needs-based stipend. There are the Erasmus Plus is another means of getting funding for going abroad. So I mentioned Sofia with her thesis that she wrote on how to interpret standards of guilt in a legal context. And she went abroad to study at, I can't remember where she's gone, but she's used an Erasmus Plus as a source of funding to go somewhere after she finished her MA so that she could continue working on it. And she's working in I know it's an interdisciplinary center that's related to law. And so that's how she used that. We don't have any department internal special stipends. Yeah, that covers everything for philosophy.
These are great opportunities already. Tit, how about the semiotics or Eli?
Yeah, I'll just, so basically a combination of the two already described. We have 5 tuition fee waivers, 1 for EU student and 4 for others. And then this allowance based on the results. Oh yes, and the tuition fee waiver is also based on the ranking, depending on motivation letter and interview. And of course, we have many Erasmus Plus partners as well, and also students can do a traineeship after they graduate. So many opportunities there, or if they want to go to a conference or do their research somewhere, this can also be funded with Erasmus or other supports. But we don't have any internal, specifically departmental support. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition, actually, there have always been students who come with their own stipend from their homeland. So you can also be openly look for this. Maybe there are some offers.
Mm-hmm. There are some questions about career perspectives. It was addressed specifically to philosophy. And then we have also a question if Estonian is necessary to work in Estonia after graduation. So maybe we can also start with Elohana and just discuss career perspectives at each department, at each program. Although I know you presented already and you had it on the slide, but
so broadly, I mean, also very many transferable skills, and it's up to your initiative and plans really where you put them to use. And as I said during the presentation, to get the most out of the program and the opportunities provided by the University of Tartu as a whole, then it makes sense to think about where you see yourself in the future. But museums and archives are an option, then various jobs that require good writing skills, working with people, interviewing, for example. And then also various positions in the field of cultural policy. And again, that might be something that already during your studies you might want to collaborate with institutions back in your home country in the field of heritage studies. So that's what some of our students have done. And some are aiming for an academic career and have gone to continue on PhD level. And then when it comes to the language, so if you want to study already during your MA studies or explore something to do with Estonian culture, then knowing some Estonian helps certainly. And the same applies to jobs as well, especially in the sphere of culture. Knowing the local language is important, but nowadays I guess we're all interconnected and it's possible to carve out a position for yourself where this isn't the most important criterion.
I guess it's also worth to mention that we are offering over 12 languages that can be taken during the studies, so there is an opportunity to also learn Estonian at the university, and these courses are going to be completely for free for our students. But yes, Alex, would you like to continue?
Sure. Yeah, so like I said, a fairly large proportion of our graduates go on to funded PhD programs. Those who don't go off into things, well, they go into a variety of different things since the degree is not a vocational degree. But the places that they go into are places where the sorts of transferable skills that we train are valued. So people have gone on to work in journalism, people have gone on to work in think tanks. We have several people going to work in startups. So there's one graduate who went to work in Starship Technologies, so there's automated delivery robots, and he was writing his thesis on autonomy and how that connects with machines. But I think the things that were valued in this were the sorts, his ability to be able to explain, to present a case or an assessment of some claim or some proposal, to present that to a variety of different audiences, to put that in writing as well in a way that's accessible. So places where so journalism is also a place where those kinds of skills are valuable. So any place where those kinds of things are valuable, the kinds of place where our graduates find employment.
Thank you very much. Eli or Tit, would you like to comment?
Yes, sure. Well, again, a bit maybe overlapping, but it really, having studied semiotics myself, I can say that it helps to know, to understand what one might want to do with their life. But semiotics really, it gives you a deep understanding of communication processes and life, and it's really important in many spheres in this globalizing world. So there's so many different paths that one can take. It can be more in culture field or in understanding technology today. Basically, I would say that the world needs semioticians so much to understand the complex systems that are going on everywhere. So yeah, but it helps to know your own interests. And regarding working in Estonia, Tartu especially is really, really international, and we have many companies that are international. So it's not required to know Estonian specifically, but it gives you an advantage, and maybe you can work and more like you have more choice and where to work if you know that here. And like I already mentioned in the presentation, also it gives you also semiotics. If you're creative, you can work out an interesting plan, what you might want to create yourself with this new understanding and knowledge.
Thank you very much. Just came another question for semiotics. Is there a PhD program in semiotics available for international students?
Yes, our PhD program is in English. And we have many PhD students from all over the world coming together, and some are also not present in Tartu all the time, so they're doing the research also abroad, so yes.
Yeah, great. There are also some questions related to admissions, so mostly about prerequisite courses or qualification in order to apply to the programs. Maybe, Eli, we can start from you. If you have any requirements to previous qualifications from the applicants for bachelor's degree or for some courses that they needed to pass in order to study, for example, semiotics?
Any bachelor's degree is fine. We don't require previous knowledge in semiotics. It's just an advantage to bring out your specific curiosity in the motivation letter and interview, but it's not required.
Alex, would you like to continue?
Similar. So yeah, you need an undergraduate degree and you need to pass the English language requirements of the university. You can find these online. So specifically for, if you go to the master's application page for whichever master's you're interested in, and you look at the admissions conditions, you'll eventually find your way to very detailed descriptions on what exactly these requirements are. That's the most authoritative and accurate and detailed source of information for this, and I recommend that you go and look there for that.
Elohana?
Yeah, it's the same here, and while some of our students do have a background in the study of folklore or, for example, cultural anthropology or ethnology or something like that, then our students do come with very, very different backgrounds, and I think that's part of the diversity that I was referring to in my presentation, and that's making us richer, that we value.
Thank you very much. We have another question regarding how reachable professors are. How reachable are professors? That's a good question also to ask from the student discussion, but we can also try to answer this question. Elohana, maybe you can start. How reachable professors are at your department? I guess in terms between student-professor.
Yeah, so because the program is small, then our student kind of professor ratio, even though I can't cite any statistics from the top of my head, then it's quite remarkable. And I would describe professors at the Institute of Cultural Research as accessible and student-friendly, and really it's a small program, so I don't think this has ever been an issue, and there are also many opportunities to interact outside the strict kind of classroom setting.
Alex?
We're very reachable. There are some people who are in the department every day, and generally if you knock on their door and want to talk about something, then they'll either say yes, but in 2 hours, because I've got to finish something. But they'll generally be available. What should I say? As I said in the presentation with philosophy, you're immediately assigned a supervisor when you arrive, and that's a person who oversees your studies during your 2 years. Not necessarily going to like teach you content, but they will make sure that you're aware of what's going on and so on. And that can be a way of making sure that you have access to people. That's someone you can, if you're trying to get access to somebody, and for some reason that's difficult, you can talk to the supervisor and you can find a way to do it. Yeah, we're very reachable.
Thank you very much. And semiotics?
Also, I would say professors are very reachable. We are on one floor, and everybody has their office there, and they have office hours, and mostly they're working there every day. So you can always knock on the door and then go and ask a technical question or ask about what interests you. You can choose your own supervisor based on the interest you have, and then they will be there for you throughout your studies as well. And yeah, maybe we have a couple of professors that are really leading figures in the field, and it might be a bit scary to approach them at first. But what I've heard from the students as well, they are really, really surprisingly friendly, and I think that there's no problem with that communication.
There is another question to semiotics. What practical courses are offered in the program?
Practical courses, well, first of all, many courses have smaller practical tasks and activities, like in more general during the courses. And then there are also some courses that are more directed to practical applications, starting from the professional practice in semiotics, where you can go to some organization and act as a semiotician, do some semiotics tasks, for example, related to communication, or in museum, creating the, so to say, text of an exhibition, where you are like alone in the practical field. But also we have designed some elective courses that are namely for taking the models and concepts of semiotics and playing with the opportunity to apply them in the safe context of these studies. For example, in the analysis of culture or some conflict situation, there was the semiotics of conflict course, as well as in relation to landscape semiotics and the study of urban space, where you can go actually to field work also.
Thank you very much. We have a question about the interview. So how to prepare for a successful interview? So maybe you can give some tips how the interviews are conducted at your programs and what kind of questions are going to be asked from our applicants. Maybe, Alex, we can start with you.
Sure. So we tend to use a set of, I guess, standardized questions, because that enables us to compare the students more easily and how they respond to the same sorts of questions. And the questions will relate to why do you want to come to Tartu in particular? What would you like to focus on when you're here? There'll usually be a question that asks you to explain something that you defended in your writing sample. So it's not like we're trying to catch you out. It's just that we're trying to see how well you can explain, you can communicate through talking, not just whilst on the page. And we want to see how well you do that. And we're also interested in things like how you respond to criticism, so that if you're objected to, you're not just going to carry on thinking the same thing if the objection's any good, but that you'll take it into consideration. So you don't have to show that you're kind of invincible in what you think. It's more like, how's that person going to behave in the seminar room? Like, are they going to be a good interlocutor with other students and with the professors? Yeah.
Thank you. Alejandra, would you like to continue?
It's the same for us. We don't have a set of questions that we would ask everybody. It's very much based on your motivation letter. So there might be some clarifying follow-up questions based on what you've written about. And And then also we give candidates the opportunity to ask questions from us, from the committee, to make it more interactive and more like a dialogue. But I would say it's read your motivation letter again and fill in any gaps that you yourself can identify there, anything you would like to add to it, and just be prepared to have a conversation.
Eli or Tit?
Yes. Well, first, as the interview is going to be online, it would be great to be prepared technically, to have a good internet connection, no background noise, and just be generally actually available in this form of dialogue. And also, again, pretty much the same. We with the committee, there's going to be several people from several different backgrounds from our department, so they're going to approach you from this perspective that they have, and they have read your motivation letter and prepared some questions based on that, and we're going to discuss that and your motivation to come to specifically to Tartu and to this program. And the main thing is we would want to understand the curiosity and how we could help you to move forward, and what you expect from us as well.
And also maybe think about a bit your previous study experience. What was important for you from this? Whether you had some research activities already, for example, some smaller papers or larger papers. What were the topics, and also something that you might already know about the discipline of semiotics, some authors, so that you would be prepared to answer different kinds of questions, and also about your own experience.
Thank you. There is a question to Alex about writing sample. Could you tell more about it?
Sure. So I guess, so a philosophical text will be a text that is an extended defense of some claim. So trying to convince the reader through rational means that it's right. But that will be the shape of a typical paper in philosophy. But of course, there are other kinds of paper, other kinds of writing that do the same kind of thing. So that's what we're looking for in the writing sample. We're looking that you understand that what we do here is we kind of developing that ability. And it might be that, it's not the best defense of the claim that you present in the paper. We're not looking for people who don't need the MA. So we're looking at developing these skills in you. But you should show that you understand what you're trying to achieve. And that should be clear from your writing sample, regardless of whether it's in philosophy or in some other area.
Thank you. Question to Elohana. If I want to do a field work in Estonia, but I don't speak Estonian, would it be possible, or would someone help me?
It's definitely possible. One of the good things about kind of ethnographic methods is that you can do them everywhere, and it all comes down to how do you define your aims, what it is that you're trying to accomplish. So, for example, if you're a foreigner doing fieldwork in Tartu, and this is what our students have done. So, for example, they have studied other international students and how they experience Tartu. So, there being an international student is an advantage. If you said that you were interested in some kind of colloquial Estonian, like the way Estonian people themselves talk about things in Estonian, then this obviously would require different kinds of skills. But we definitely help students to prepare for fieldwork. We have courses where we practice the methods, and also later with your supervisor or other faculty members, we can help you with it. Our students have used interpreters, so it's definitely possible, and you're very encouraged to conduct research on Estonia.
Thank you very much. There is a question about exchange semesters. So would it be possible to go on exchange, and where can I go? Maybe Alex, you can comment on that.
Well, the answer is yes. We have many Erasmus Plus agreements with various different universities, and we just expanded that this year. And so I can remember those. So we were looking at Helsinki, we were looking at the Central European University in Vienna, as well as the University of Vienna. Osnabrück is another one. Osnabrück. Yeah, I can't remember the full list, but I know it's pretty large, and it's very normal. So a large number of our students will go away for a semester during their studies with us.
Eli, what about semiotics?
Yes, we also have many international partners in Italy, Germany, Lithuania, France, many places in Europe, many different universities, and you can go for either a semester or a year. You can get extended nominal study period if you go and you need some more time to finish your studies here in Tartu afterwards. It's funded, it's encouraged, and we all have many international students who go because although we often a very a broad view in semiotics, maybe you find a specific place in another university that offers a couple of courses that will really help you in your research, for example. So you want to go because of that. Also, you can do an internship with Erasmus. So if you want to, for example, go visit this, a certain professor in a university and do research for a semester, and not take any courses, for example, then this is also possible. Yes.
And you can go for a semester abroad to focus on semiotics, which is possible in other centers of semiotics, for example, in Bologna, but also to take a bit more broader view and, for example, focus on culture studies or some other interdisciplinary field. So it's not only semiotics abroad.
Elohana.
Yeah, it's the same, and as for the entire program, then it very much comes down to what it is that you want to achieve and where you see yourself. And we have a network of partners in Europe and beyond. So our students have been to Japan, Israel, various European countries, and also these internships. And you can do an internship during your studies or also like soon after you graduate. So this is what some students have done. So they have graduated and then they have had like lined up 2 or 3 internships. So it takes some planning, but it's worth it.
Yeah, we actually touched another question about internship. So the question is, is it compulsory part of the program and how to find it? Maybe Elohana, since you already started talking about it, you can continue.
Yeah, so in our program, it is compulsory to do either fieldwork or combine it with internship. So how it actually plays out, again, depends on the individual plans of the student, but usually they do a bit of internship and then fieldwork for their research. And yeah, and it's always possible to do more than is actually required. Yeah.
Alex, what about your program?
Well, so there's the practice points, which are compulsory part of the program. So that's where you are looking for a place to apply what it is that you're learning or what you're doing in your research. There's an officer in our department who helps students to find places of this kind. But generally, so it's very open-ended as to which thing you could do. So you might do something, for instance, back in your home country that's related to applying what you're learning here. And that might be easier, for instance, for linguistic reasons. But yeah, so there's a person who's there to help you to do this, and there's a part of the curriculum which is dedicated to doing this.
So yeah, our applicants should not be worried about that. Eli or Tit, would you like to say something about it as well?
Yeah, it's not compulsory, but it's possible, and yeah, it can be done either in Estonia or abroad, and maybe it also depends a little bit on whether in your studies you want to go more theoretical or you want to go more applied, and whether you, for example, do your master's thesis or you do a master's project. So there is both opportunities. You choose which one you want to go.
Thank you very much. We have a question also about the competition during the admission. How big is the competition? So maybe, Lohana, we can start with you. So how difficult is to get in to your program?
Well, it varies from one year to the next, but we do have a competition every year. And if you are competing for the tuition fee waiver, then it's even more competitive. So it's worth taking time to write your motivation letter and to kind of think about it thoroughly when you are working on it. But the exact numbers vary from year to year.
Alex?
Yeah, same. The exact numbers vary. I guess there's maybe about, I don't know, 40, 45 or something applicants for these
How many places do you have?
The 8 fee waiver places. We have 14 places in total. I would say that, to echo what's just been said, which is if it pays to kind of think about your application and the content of those materials, that you can really increase your chances of going up this scale by putting some work into it. It's worth doing it.
Eli or Tit?
The competition for tuition fee waiver is quite tough, as we only have 5. And we are ready to accept up to 15 people to a course, and there's, again, also it varies every year, but yeah, like 40 applicants or so. But we always try to almost everybody to get an interview. You need at least 50 or 60 points for that on your motivation letter. Then you get an interview, and then from there on. So, anything to add?
Thank you very much. It seems like we are out of time. Thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you very much to our dear speakers for presenting their programs and answering the questions. Of course, you might have even more questions, so I would recommend you that after you receive the presentation or even before, you can see the name of the speakers in WorkSap. You can also email them and also ask the questions if you have any. And please stay with us. We are going to continue soon with our student discussion round of students from these programs, and they're going also to share their perspective. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to another student discussions here at the University of Tartu. My name is Reina, and I am an international student ambassador. Today, and right now, we are having 3 amazing guests from who are studying folkloristics and applied heritage studies, philosophy, and semiotics. So here with me are Paulina, Jed, and Sergio. So welcome to our student discussions. Do you guys want to introduce yourself, maybe from Paulina?
Hi, my name is Polly. I'm from Ukraine. It's really nice being here, and I'm very grateful that you invited me. And I must say that Folkloristics is the best program at the University of Tartu, so feel free to apply. Just a little AD.
All right, so hello, my name is Jed. I'm from the USA. I'm currently a master's student here studying philosophy and looking forward to us discussing just the generally awesome experience I think we've all had studying here at Tartu.
True.
And I am Sergio. I'm from Colombia, and I am second-year student of Semiotics. And yeah, it's really nice to be here with you guys.
Thank you for being here. So the first question is, why did you decide to come to Tartu? Why you're studying at the University of Tartu? Polly, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. It's a very good question. My story was not really typical because I applied specifically for this program, but I didn't know much about the University of Tartu itself. And the program is unique, and it is one of a kind. And there is nothing like this in other universities all over the world. So this is why I chose the University of Tartu. But later, after I arrived here, I understood that the university as an institution is great in general.
Thank you, Polly. You're right. And Jed?
Yeah, so, all right, life story time. No. Basically, I had a desire to study a master's in philosophy, and so I had 3 criteria to see where I would want to go. First is quality, second is price, and third is just general interesting environment. And so the University of Tartu essentially checked all of those boxes. I mean, in terms of the philosophy program, it's, pretty highly ranked, especially for people like me who didn't come in with any sort of background in philosophy. They're able to very quickly get me up to speed to where I need to be to then continue on creating. In terms of the price, I mean, that is something of a factor. In case anyone's unaware, studying in the US is incredibly expensive. So Tartu offers a very beneficial thing in that regard. And then interesting, I've never been to Estonia. I wanted to experience something new, so here I am.
Perfect. Yeah, and Sergio?
Well, I have 2 things to say about. I think that when in my class, we have the hypothesis that when we study semiotics, it's because we are trying to find something that we missed in our BA programs. And semiotics, in that sense, has fulfilled those concerns. But on the other hand, especially semiotics here is quite an important program because the tradition it has, there is the Tartu Moscow Semiotic School, and it's just one of the best places to study semiotics all around the world. So I think that was the main thing why I came here. Yeah.
Amazing. And can you guys tell me what was your favorite course so far? Or I'm sure that you guys are having some of the best courses at the university. So which one was your favorite so far? Polly?
It's really hard to say because I must admit all the courses, both compulsory and optional courses, were great and are great. But in terms of compulsory courses, I would say that the methods of the data collection was the most favorite because it was the most valuable one for people who didn't have much experience in theory of folklore and methods of folklore and ethnography. It was especially great and, as I said, valuable. So I think that I would say that this one would be my first one.
Perfect. I know what you mean. And what about you, Jed?
So my favorite class, so the one that has definitely sort of ingrained itself in my memory, is a class that was called Social Media, Democracy, and Speech.
Oh.
And essentially it was looking at the philosophical ramifications of what social media has done to democratic thinking. And so the way that my teacher, instructed this class was, he would, for half the class, he would teach us about some sort of new concept. And then we would basically play like a meta game that incorporated that type of phenomena. So for instance, we learned about fake news or disinformation one day. And then what we had to do then after was create a piece of fake news and try to think about like, what can I say that is going to like grab people's attention, but also spin the truth? So it's like this very hands-on way of engaging with philosophy, which is oftentimes not the case. It's usually super abstract out there up in the clouds, but this was like here in our hands. So, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. What about you, Sergio? Which program was your favorite so far?
Well, I think all the component of biosemiotics in our program is probably the most interesting, or at least what have caught my attention the most, because there is certain understanding in some places about semiotics as some kind of cultural discussion, but in biosemiotics, ecosemiotics, or sociosemiotics, this line or border between what is nature and what is cultural becomes completely blurred. So, yeah, I think those ones were the ones I enjoyed the most, because not just because the topics, but because the impact they had in my form, how I conceive the semiotics itself.
Nice. I know that for you guys, motivation letter is very important to write it. And so I would like to ask, how did you write this motivation letter and how did you get here? Do you want to start, Sergio?
Well, yeah. I must say it. I must admit that I received help. Yeah. And if you want to apply, definitely you should share it with your friends, with the people you know. You can receive feedback and other things. So, yeah, it was. I think you have to be yourself. Explain who you are, what you want, and what you expect of the program too. But I think the feedback is super important. Yeah. So share it with the people can give you some good feedback.
Amazing. What about you, Jed?
So on the same level of honesty, I honestly don't remember exactly what I wrote. So, but I do remember the essence or the general idea where, the motivation letter, as I see it, is not only explaining why you are motivated to want to apply to this place, but also why the university should be motivated to accept you. So you need to be able to be authentically who you are, as you were saying, but also, almost in a way sell yourself, but in a genuine way. Say, you know what, I'm coming in with this, like for me, now I can remember, I came in saying, you know what, I have no official academic background in philosophy, but I'm here to learn, and I've studied on my own, so it's just, here I am, right?
Nice. What about you, Polly?
Well, I agree with you guys, and I want to add that I know a thing about motivation letters because I wrote a lot of them because I applied to many universities. And my recommendation here would be, don't really follow the recommendations on the internet. I mean, you must read as much information as possible, but always remember that you can never guess which approach would be the most suitable one for this or that program. So just explore the program's website, explore the university's website, see what they want from you, see what you can offer, and why specifically you should be their student, because usually, and when it comes to folkloristics especially, they indicate what kind of people they are looking for. So it will be really easy for you to take some hints from the website. Yeah.
Nice. Speaking about semiotics, how are these assignments look like in your program?
Like what kind of?
Yeah, what sort of assignments do you have? Is it mostly like?
Well, the main assignments, I would say, of course, this reading dimension, and then discussion in the seminars, essays. Yeah, I would say that the main assignment is to be prepared for the discussion in the seminars, because it's the productive part of the master, I would say, when you can exchange your points of view about the text or an author with your classmates and with the lectures. So yeah, I would say it's the main assignment. We don't have any tricky, super specific assignment like you can't find in other. No, it's super normal. Yeah,
that's nice. And about philosophy, how's the connection between professors and students? Like, is it like, are they always available for you? Can you get advice from them? And how does philosophy look like?
How does philosophy look like? That's a big question. No, so yeah, you're bringing up this good point that within the philosophy department, perhaps also semiotics, is the number of professors to students is, quite low in terms of like the distance between the two. So yeah, when you're walking around, if you want to go talk to one of your professors, you can just drop in and they'll make time for you. I think every single philosophy professor or researcher within these positions, I think they know pretty much every single student, master's and PhD. So yeah, I would say it's quite close-knit.
Amazing. And about folkloristics and applied heritage, how international is folkloristics? Like, about the students, how diverse are the students at the folkloristic and applied heritage?
Very diverse. We have people from all over the world, and from the countries that let's say I met people from those countries here for the first time, like you from Iran, or my classmate from Colombia, or my classmate from South Africa. So it's really diverse, and we are 7 in our class, and all the classmates from different countries. So it's a really good chance for you to get to know folkloristics, not only in the academic sense, but also in the sense of diverse experiences of people around you.
Yeah, it's actually nice to mention that we are from 5 different continents at the moment in one class, which it is very nice and diverse. All right, so for those of you who are watching us on Workstop, please, if you're having a question, there is a Q&A box somewhere, and then you just can click on it, ask your questions, and then we're gonna check on that one. And all right, so back to the questions. We're gonna speak about Estonia. So how is life in Estonia for you, coming from Colombia, so far away?
Yeah, that was one of the points my family and my friends ask me the most, because the weather is completely different.
I know.
For instance, in Colombia and in Latin America, we don't have seasons in a strict sense, but it's more like periods of dry and raining periods. So and it's not just that, but this implies also changes in the food, for instance. However, I think there is, I mean, it's a thing that you have to adapt to, and it's not bad, it's just different in some sense. For instance, I have get close to, let's say, other culinary traditions here, and it's great. What I would say is the most tricky point for me yet is the thing about the sunlight hours, especially during winter.
Yeah.
But you can manage it. Yeah.
That's true. And how is generally life for you in Tartu, Jet? Like, how is the student life? And like, you're coming from the US, obviously. Like,
I was gonna reinforce one of the points that he's making. So, like, I'm coming from Arizona in the USA, so that's hot, like 50 Celsius on a good summer day. So then I come here when it's negative 30 in winter, and I'm like, what is this, right? Like, you gotta adapt. It's fun, it's interesting, but it's something that you have to consider when you get here. But in terms of like student life, I mean, I think I speak for all of us here. Like, it's really awesome in the fact that Tartu itself is not a big city, so most of the students who are coming to study here, you all kind of know each other. You'll see each other in the cafes or going out for the night. So yeah, I mean, it's just nice to feel like you're part of this community in a much more close way than perhaps where we're coming from.
Amazing. And for you, Polly, what was the most Estonian thing that you've done so far?
Oh, I'm gonna be like really simple here, probably sauna, because it's a very much Estonian tradition and Finnish as well. And I must say that I totally understand why this tradition is very popular here, because in cold winter days and evenings, this is a very good way to warm up your body and just to feel yourself slightly better.
That's nice. Speaking about Estonia, do you guys have any, do you want to stay here after graduation? How do you see the life here and like the future here? Do you guys want to stay here after graduation? You can go, Jed.
Yeah, so for me, it's basically where the opportunity lies. If I see something here that is in line with my goals, definitely. For me, the environment itself, the society is something where I could see things advancing, and quite literally they are. But yeah, for me, it's just where the opportunity lies.
Amazing. And another question that I have for you, probably one of the last ones. How much do you think the student needs to spend each month? Like, how much money do you expect to spend each month? I mean, so far you probably know how much you were spending. Polly, do you want to go?
I can take this one. Well, I can tell you that the bare minimum you must have is 300 euros a month just to pay the minimal rent in a twin room in a dorm and to live your life. It's enough. And you will also have money for some leisure activities. Not really fancy, but you will. This is how I live. And the scholarship here is 350. So if you get a scholarship, then don't worry, it will be more than enough to live a very good life.
Amazing. So for the last part, if you guys are having any suggestion for the future students, please, the floor is yours, and go on. Do you want to go first, Sergio? If there is only one thing that you want to say to the future students.
I have one.
Just go, please.
It's just a really quick recommendation. Please just learn a little bit of language before coming here, and please read some basic things about Estonian history, at least Wikipedia page, because it's really important to understand the context in which you are going to live in, to understand the people, and the history in general is very important. And trust me, you will understand what's going on much better if you do some really little research in advance.
Amazing. What about you, Jed?
Yeah, I guess I would back off that point of come here knowing how to, but also doing, in a respectful way. You are now a guest in this country, and learning at least hello, thank you, these very basic phrases does enough to try and, show that you are willing to be a participant here. So yeah, I would say in that sense, just come here prepared, and yeah, be respectful. But I think that's for anywhere.
Yeah, and I would add the fact that you are in other place, you are in other contexts, and this is in the sense that you have to manage to adapt it to get into. So don't feel afraid for the Estonian winter, for instance. I mean, for me, it would be crazy to think that 2 years ago, but right now we just manage it, and it's like -25, and we are just walking in the street. So yeah, don't worry for that, and understand that you are in other place, and that you don't try to keep your lifestyle if you are in other place, because it's going to be complicated. And yeah.
Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for answering all the questions. I hope you guys are enjoyed, and see you in the next student discussion.
Welcome back to our next session within Open Doors at the University of Tartu. And this session is dedicated to programs in languages and cultures. And during this session, our following programs are going to be introduced: European languages and cultures, Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages, and teaching Russian as a foreign language. I would like to remind you that if you would like to ask any of the questions, there is a possibility to leave your questions under Q&A button in Workshop. So next to the info session, you can find this possibility, and then we will answer your questions online. Also, I would like to introduce our speakers today. Today with me I have Riley Marling, who is going to present first, and she is going to talk about European languages and cultures. And then I have Kirsten Klump, who is going to introduce our brand new program, who is going to start its admission only this year, European Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages program. And then finally I have two of our speakers online who are going to introduce teaching Russian as a foreign language. And I have online Ivan Polinin and Olga Burdakova, who are currently in Narva. So all in all, this is the program of our today's info session. Please leave your questions at any point, even during the presentations, and then we are going to answer them online right in the end of the info session. And please don't leave us right after the info session, because we are going to host a student discussion with the students from these programs, and they are going to also outline their perspective of studying this program and their experience of living in Estonia. All right, let's start then with our first presentation. Riley will talk about European languages and cultures.
Hi from me too. So my name, as you heard, is Riley Marling. I'm professor of English at the University of Tartu, and I'm here in the capacity as the program director for our MA program in European languages and cultures. Frequently students ask, what is a European language? And obviously there is no one language. We are talking about multiple languages, and the aim of our program is to both talk about language and culture and fit them together. So when students ask me why should I study European languages and cultures, my main answer is that the aim is to give you both knowledge and skills to help you become mediators between culture. Frequently we learn one language, we frequently learn about our own culture, but we cannot bring things together. So in our culture, on our program, we're trying to teach you about that bridge building, about being somebody who understands another culture well enough to introduce it at home, to translate between the cultures, to explain, for example, complicated things that are happening in the world today. Our program is in some ways built on a very traditional philological basis, so to say. In other words, we teach modern languages and also classical languages, assuming that if you want to mediate between cultures, you first of all have to speak a language and also have to understand how language operates. On top of that, we pay a lot of attention to linguistic expression. In other words, what can be done with language? For example, literary texts. But on the basis of this basic core of language knowledge, linguistics knowledge, literature knowledge, and cultural knowledge, you have a lot of flexibility in building study paths. In other words, we have been able to accommodate students who come to us both with an academic interest. So, for example, academic interest in linguistics. We recently placed a PhD student in Birmingham coming out of our program. But we also have students who are more interested in practical application of this linguistic and cultural knowledge. And our program tries to accommodate both of these two approaches. I will be happy to explain this later on. The program itself is kind of complicated. I think one of the more complicated ones that is being talked about in this info session, because we have 6 different specialties. We have a big label above us, but we basically teach English, French, Spanish, German, Scandinavian languages, and Russian. So in all of those specialties, there is a combination of language and literature, plus classical philology. Because of the nature of classical philology, that is the only specialty we have that is open only to people who are proficient in Estonian. So I'm sorry for the international students who would like to do classical philology, that is not an option available at this point. You might be able to take classes in Latin or Greek, but we cannot offer the whole specialty. However, in all other specialties, international students are not only welcome, but they have been welcomed and they have been successful in our program. Because in all of the other 5 specialties, we teach the specialty module in the language of the specialty. In other words, if you come to study English, you learn in English. If you come to study French, you take classes in French. If you come and study German, you take classes in German. And this makes this program very international. We currently, strangely enough, have multiple American students, for example, studying German in Tartu. So this type of linguistic mobility within our program is regular and useful. And as I already said, I mean, the specialty module is the core of your studies. This is where we give you a grounding in linguistics, literature, and culture in slightly different combinations in each specialty, because our departments have different academic backgrounds, and we want to showcase, so to say, the best we have. So if one department is stronger in translation, they will showcase that. If some department is strong in, let's say, modern literatures, that's going to be the core. And the idea of this is that even students who come from outside traditional humanities can get the, feet on the ground, so to say. They get some grounding in understanding the meta level of language, some terminology about discussing literature or discussing culture. So we build a core of what our specialty is about. But on top of that, you can start building many other things. And this is where those academic and career interests come in that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. And there are basically 4 elements in which you can sort of tailor this program to what you want it to be. First of all, you can pick one of the 2 graduate schools in the humanities. We have 2 of them. The aim of these graduate schools is basically bring together students from all over humanities. So any humanities department student has to take something from this pot. And this is the place where you get out of your little comfy family of your own specialty and hang out with other people from history, other people from, let's say, linguistics, other people from, let's say, Estonian literature. And in both of these graduate schools, we have one for people who are more interested in linguistics and translation, and the other for students more interested in the humanities, have courses in English. So the idea is that even if you're not proficient in Estonian, you are able to participate in this sort of faculty-wide conversation on the humanities. The other modules, however, are much more free. So the one that you can use maybe the most to build your own study path is the so-called elective module, in which you can basically take whatever you want. But the only limitation is that somehow this elective module has to make up a systematic whole that supports your MA thesis or your MA project. In other words, for example, you want to study intercultural communication between, let's say, English, let's say United States, and let's say Mexico. It would be logical for you to take the main module in English, let's say, and the elective in Spanish, or vice versa, so that you build up these twin competences. We basically allow you to take electives anywhere. It doesn't have to be humanities. If you can speak another language, we're extremely happy if you use the opportunities that we have in our college, but you can technically take it anywhere. We also very strongly recommend international mobility. Of course, because we are about foreign language and foreign cultures, we actively want our students to spend at least one semester of their studies abroad, and that would be a perfect way of using the elective module, because Tartu is a small university, and therefore the options available internationally would really truly help you do whatever you want. You bring that competence back, you make it work here. Our departments have very extensive web of Erasmus agreements, plus you will be able to take advantage of the many university-wide agreements Tartu has. Plus, in the specialties of French and Russian, we actually have a double degree program with the University of Lyon in France. So this is one thing that I cannot repeat often enough. This month of February, I think I have spent at least a week writing letters of reference to students who want to go someplace. So it's even in today's uncertain world, something we do. In the optional module, you can, again, pick whatever you want, and this is not something that is directly linked to your studies. We allow you to, so to say, broaden your perspectives. Many of our students, for example, choose to study Estonian under this module, but you can basically take other languages, do gymnastics or whatnot. Entrepreneurship skills, project writing are things that I personally recommend as more professionally useful. The final two parts of the study path that you can choose are practical training. So we believe that all students have to do something practical in addition to studying. We have multiple options available, and the sky is the limit, so to say. It basically depends on what language you speak and what you can do. We usually can place you in some place where you are able to practice what you need. And finally, you can choose to write a thesis. Obviously, choosing a thesis topic is a big choice. You can take yourself in very different directions. But maybe it's worth emphasizing that in addition to the traditional academic thesis, we also allow students to graduate with a project. So something that is more hands-on, more practical, and more applied. So both of these directions exist, are possible, and you can choose which of them you want to do with, first of all, your supervisor, but also me, program director. And I will be happy to give examples of things like that. Most of our students, I have to say, still graduate with a thesis because they tend to want to write something more systematic, but the practical module is gaining popularity as well. Basically, the important thing for you is learn to use this freedom well. As you know from Spider-Man, with great freedom, great power comes great responsibility. So in this case too, we try to give you an idea of the options out there so that you can choose make your choices well. We offer an MA seminar in your specialty at the beginning of your studies so that somebody who knows your area gets you grounded, so to say, and helps you make good choices. I will be there, but your main advice comes from a supervisor or from our coordinator, and I have given you some other contacts there. Since you are probably here curious as to what you need to do, the admission requirements are very simple in some ways. We require that you have a bachelor's degree, but we don't specify what it needs to be in. You don't have to have the BA in the same area. You have to prove English language proficiency, and the University of Tartu homepage, and you can find the link on my slides as well, shows you what tests are accepted. So you have to have official proof of B2 English, because even if you study, for example, Russian, you nevertheless need to take classes in English, and without B2, you will not cope. Just be honest to yourself. We test your proficiency in the respective language in an entrance examination. So again, if you want to study English, you actually do have to speak English. We don't start teaching it. If you want to, study French, you have to have French in order to take classes and write a thesis in it. And most importantly for you, you may apply before you have completed your BA degree. So for you, that's the most important thing. You get a conditional acceptance, and we sort of definitively accept you when you are done. The decisions have to be made over the summer. I'm not going to risk a specific date, but you have to decide by August. So the admission requirements can be seen on the web as well. We basically require 2 pieces of paper from you, a motivation letter in English. You have to prove that you can write that text in English, and then an essay in the language of the specialty. So again, in French, Russian, English, whatever you choose. The topics already are available online. I hope that those of you who are curious have already checked them out and started reading the essay texts. On the basis of these two things, we pick the strongest candidate who get to go to the second round, which is the admission interview. And this is also conducted in the language of the specialty to test whether you wrote your essay yourself, of course, as well as whether you are freely able to converse in the language of the specialty. We, this year, have 22 positions, of which we have 15 tuition waiver scholarships for basically EU citizens and 2 tuition waiver scholarships from citizens of third countries. Plus, we have 5 tuition-based positions. To anticipate the question, our tuition fee is 4,000 euros a year, which is a standard for the programs in our specialty. So this is the average story. All of this information is available online. You can check this out on your own in your free time. The deadlines, just to go through the basics as well, the essay topics went live February 15th, and so I hope some of you at least have checked them out. You have until March 15th to write the essay, and as well as complete your motivation letter. So that is the end of that game, so to say. Then the door closes and the committees read your paperwork. The students who pass this first hurdle, so to say, get to be invited to an interview, and will let you know about the results personally. There are 2 dates, and all interviews are going to be conducted online for obvious reasons in this time of COVID-19 pandemic. We hope to give the first admission results by May 15th. In other words, you will know about your conditional offer by that time. However, I really want to emphasize that that first date is not the final date. We usually get a lot of motion in those student numbers. Students pick universities, they make decisions about going to study somewhere else. So even if you don't get in the first, on May 15th, you might find yourself on the list of accepted students a few weeks later or a few months later. The academic year this year begins August 29. So if you're planning to come to Tartu, plan for that. And this is very, very dense, but I repeat once again, this information is available online. You can check the website of the program, and you will find all its information here. Today is not the last time when you will meet this. And to finish my presentation, I just want to bid you welcome. Our college is in the very center of university's historical campus. This picture is of our college, currently covered in scaffolds, but it will be free of those scaffolds in August, and please join us.
Thank you very much, Riley, for your presentation and for outlining all the most important dates and admission requirements for the program. If you would like to apply to European Languages and Cultures program, or if you're thinking about this program, please leave your questions right now, and we are going to answer them after all presentations are done. Also, we are going to send you the slides, so you will be able also to find all of the information on the slides after the event, and you will be also able to contact Riley personally if you have any other questions. And now, right now, let's move to another presentation, and we have a presentation about Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages, which will be given by Gerson.
Thank you. So I'm Gerson Klump. I'm a professor of Finno-Ugric studies at the University of Tartu, and we are launching this autumn a new study program. It's called Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages, and of course, Estonian is a Finno-Ugric language too, so this is not some kind of opposition. It means that you can concentrate either on studying Estonian or on studying other Finno-Ugric languages, which I will show in a moment in detail. This program is unique in the world. We were a bit surprised ourselves that there is no curriculum on that field, which is entirely in English, and we thought it might be an interesting idea to come up with this. Our experience with students from abroad who come here via Erasmus are that they are often acquainted with 1 or 2 Finno-Ugric languages, but not enough in order to study in that particular country, Hungary, for example, or Finland, or Estonia. And it might be nice to offer a program which includes language learning, a lot of language learning, but it's not necessarily, but it's not that you need the language before you start your studies. This is the building where we are situated. It's on the other side of Riley's building. It's the philosophical or the faculty of arts, and we are on the 4th floor. The program comes from one particular institute. It's called Institute of Estonian and General Linguistics. And this general linguistics shows a bit that we understand ourselves mainly as an institution which deals with linguistics, with particular languages and with a focus on linguistics. This department includes, or this institute includes 3 subunits in addition to Estonian and the Finno-Ugric department, namely a department of general linguistics, a department of computational linguistics, and a sub-department of digital humanities. We are one of the foremost Estonian and Finno-Ugric research centers in the world. This is on the one hand a quite easy thing to do because there are not that much Estonian and Finno-Ugric research centers in this world. We deal with languages which are comparably small languages, despite the fact that they are official languages of the European Union, Estonian, Finnish, and Hungarian. But there is quite a diversity, and not everywhere where you can study these languages, you get all of them in that concentration. And the research areas at our institute, they include historical approaches, they include social linguistics, language acquisition, and also language processing, which is let's say a main task of the digital humanity part. As I said, so there are 4 departments. There are 2 laboratories. One is the laboratory of spoken Estonian. The other one is a phonetic laboratory concentrating on phonetic studies. We have more than 80 people working at that institute, and the average number of our students is approximately 180, between 180 and 200. I have mentioned the other curricula. They are, of course, for example, Estonian, or also Estonian as a foreign language, Finno-Ugric studies. But these other curricula, they are entirely in Estonian, which does not mean that there is no English-based teaching occurring. Single courses may be in English, but it's not possible to absolve these curricula entirely in English, in opposition to this new program. We have also Erasmus partner universities. Of course, our focus is in other Finno-Ugric countries like Hungary or Finland, but we also have Erasmus relations, good Erasmus relations with Germany, for example, and other countries too. This is a map which shows where Estonian is taught all over the world, taught by, say, Estonian lecturers, which are sent there from Estonia. And as you see, the most dense concentration is, of course, in Europe. And this is also where the other departments and institutes of Finno-Ugric languages are usually situated. Our specializations, as I may have mentioned, are Estonian or Finno-Ugric languages. And no matter which of these specializations you choose, you have access to courses which are more theoretical, some are more practical. They are concentrating on synchronic or diachronic linguistics. And of course, we also take care that you have the possibility to develop your digital skills. As concerns the Finno-Ugric languages, this is of course a package of languages, and the two languages, the two main languages are Finnish and Hungarian, which are both taught by native speaker lecturers who come from Hungary or Finland, but we have native speaker teaching in Komi, Finno-Ugric language spoken in northern Russia. We have from time to time Mari taught language from central Russia. And of course, the language teaching is also including a lot of structural courses. That is, you get acquainted with the structure of a language. So the focus is not that you speak this language, but that you have it as at your hands for linguistic studies of all kinds. And these courses include also smaller languages spoken in Siberia, like Khanty or Mansi or Samoyed languages. And of course, also the so-called minor Finnic languages. That is the closest relatives of Estonian and Finnish, which are spoken in the Baltic Sea area, like Karelian, Votic, Ingrian, or Livonian. So here is a choice of all these activities which are reflected in teaching and also in research in our institute. This is a bit difficult probably to study because it's a bit small, but we are new, so I don't have anything better to offer right now. But that's in essence the structure. So the blue part on top is the general part which everybody who studies this program has to absolve. These are courses in Estonian and culture, Estonian language and culture, basic introduction into Finno-Ugric languages, and language technology and corpora. And then you specialize and concentrate on either Estonian or a Finno-Ugric language or a choice of Finno-Ugric languages. And this can be supplemented then with courses from the electives module, and if necessary also from the optional courses module. So if you plan, for example, to complete your knowledge of Estonian or to start with Estonian and also get as far as possible with Hungarian, then you can use these modules for additional language course teaching. Just an example. But of course, you can also use these modules in the yellow area for example, get a basic knowledge of Russian, which is never bad if you work with Finno-Ugric languages, or do something completely different if necessary. And then there is a thesis which involves 30 ECTS points, and as Riley has said before, there's also the possibility of a master project, more hands-on, and I would like to give you an example now, but there is no example yet. So I would be happy if somebody comes up with a good idea of a master project, and we are certainly willing to support this if it is thematically appropriate. This is a little view on these specialization modules. They contain basically what I have talked about before. And I move on to the question, so why should you study this in Tartu? Tartu is situated quite nicely in the Finno-Ugric world, so to say. So there is Finland in the north. There are the Finno-Ugric nations in Russia, and a lot of them have communities here in Estonia. And so, for example, this is a folklore group. It does not exist in this form any longer, but it was a couple of years ago. These are Mari women, and in the center, for example, this is a Mari linguist, Natalia Lebedina, who has been studying here, and one of them, I don't see, the second one to the left from her, this is Jelena Lastochkina, who has written her dissertation in Tartu successfully, defended her thesis a couple of years ago. So it does not mean that if you come here and study that you have to dance and sing, but if you if you're interested that in the, let's say, the life of the Finno-Ugrians, then you get some of this definitely here in Tartu too. There are a couple of organizations who are quite active. The other thing is that we are very well connected. So Finno-Ugric Studies has a network on an Erasmus Plus program which organizes winter schools, courses across the European institutions, that is in Germany, Hungary and Finland. And we are growing currently, so we also have these programs. We are currently offering these programs also to students in Poland, for example. And that means that you have the possibility to take part in Finno-Ugric teaching programs which go beyond that what we have to offer here, particularly in Tartu. And these are offered every year. We have a lecture series on linguistics here at the University of Tartu, which makes sure that you don't feel like isolated. We have a lot of coming and going of different linguists, and there is always the possibility to see more than what is offered by the people actually working here. One of the focuses which we usually have is that working with languages, minor languages or dialects involves also fieldwork and language documentation opportunities. This is a bit, has a bit changed in the last years due to the COVID situation, but basically this is something which is going on, and currently a lot of, let's say, documentation methods are developed which create access to native speakers via the internet. And Tartu has a good tradition in that sense, and we continue with this. These are the people who are teaching here, and if I introduce them, I will use up too much time, so have a look at them, and believe me, they are experts in different fields, all related to Estonian and Finno-Ugric languages. This is a very important person who is responsible for giving you advice in all kinds of fields. So this is what I did not manage to say, and which can be read on our webpage, the practical information about applying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerson, for your presentation. Also, you will receive the slides and you are going to be able to check the information about admissions and career opportunities. But anyways, if you have any questions to ask right now, you can also leave us your questions and we will answer them after the last presentation. And right now, I guess we are going to move to the next presentation, which is going to be given by our colleagues from Narva, by Ivan and Olga. And this information is, presentation is going to be dedicated to master's programs teaching Russian as a foreign language. And I guess the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? our usual Zoom conversation?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. If you can't, just scream louder, please, and I will hear you then. The thing is that we probably should have accustomed to the new reality at this very moment. And if I would have written this presentation yesterday or several days ago, I probably could rephrase it. So I apologize in advance if some of the phrasings maybe found offensive by some of the candidates, or I would also probably have to mention that even in the times like this, to keep the cultural connections and teaching Russian as a foreign language is important, even in the security or from the security and the cultural aspects. So let us proceed to the presentation itself. Thank you very much. So why study in Russian in Narva? The Estonian city of Narva is located on the border of the European Union and the Russian Federation, just 130 kilometers away from St. Petersburg. Narva is a Russian-speaking city, with the Russian being native language for almost 95% of its inhabitants. So there is quite a language immersion for any person wishing to study the Russian language here in Narva without ever leaving the European Union. Studying in Narva gives an opportunity to improve the Russian language proficiency in everyday and social cultural communication in the city environment. And this is one of the reasons why every year Narva College is chosen as a place for short-term and long-term studies of Russian by about 100 students from the USA, France, Great Britain, Sweden, Netherlands, Republic of Taiwan, and many other countries. So why study Russian in Narva? Narva is a small town, about 60,000 residents, which is quite convenient for living and studies. And the university and the actual campus is within a walking distance from dormitory, about 15 minutes. Narva College is a regional college of the University of Tartu, which was founded in 1999. It follows all academic and research traditions of the University of Tartu. The student body includes more than 500 students, including 136 foreign students from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, and other countries. Overall, the college offers 12 study programs at bachelor's, master's, and applied higher education levels. And the college has a highly qualified academic staff of teachers of the Russian language, culture, and literature who conduct research and provide methodological support in teaching Russian as a foreign language, and who have at least 10-20-year experience of teaching this subject. So aside of the language immersion that you will experience within the city, we actually have quite proficient staff, academic staff, which will hone your methodological and other skills related to the language. The campus building of Narva College, or the dormitory, is a modern building constructed, the campus building is constructed in 2012, so it's the study building. And according to the unique architectural project that combines an innovative study environment with present-day requirements to it, and the university dormitory was built in 2020, and the building of which you can actually see on the picture right in front of us, and which confused me in the beginning of this slide. And it offers a comfortable environment for studies, sport, and leisure. And the dormitory also houses a library and a swimming pool, again, which you can see from the picture on the slide. So what about the program itself? The program details. The degree awarded is the Master of Arts in Education with the specialization of teaching Russian to foreigners. The duration of the program is 2 years. The amount of ECTS awarded is 120. The study form is full-time, regular studies. The program is taught primarily in the Russian language with additional courses in English. Basically, the English language courses, which are supposed to improve your English language proficiency. And the tuition fee is 3,800 euros a year. So what are the advantages of the program? First of all, it's an opportunity to receive philological and pedagogical education in only 2 years. You will also acquire or have an opportunity to improve the mastery of the Russian language as a foreign language, and actually can get a C1 level in such a short time if you have, of course, the necessary prerequisites such as B2 level of Russian, or if you're a native speaker. Also, you can use our Erasmus programs. You have an opportunity to go for an Erasmus exchange, either for Erasmus studies or for the Erasmus internship. You may spend a semester abroad at a partner university, and even an additional semester after your studies will be finished. Also, we are quite flexible, and there is a flexible mode of studies with e-learning support for every course of the program, which is quite important considering that we are living in the COVID times, and everybody is prone to this illness. And this year, we actually started with the hybrid studies, and our teachers have a profound support, about which Olga will probably tell you better if you'll have additional questions. So what are the modules? The first module is the narrow field module, the language system, in which you, aside of the traditional courses, you will also have a chance to get the basics of the Estonian language and learn the practical Estonian in the volume of 6 ECTS. The second module is the core competences, where you will learn more about the translation theory, the functional aspect of grammar, text linguistics, stylistics, the norm and variance of the Russian language, and also have understanding of the Russian culture in context. The third module is focused on psychology and pedagogy, pedagogical science. So basically, aside of the teacher's identity, the actual courses which will give you a teacher's methodology, you may also learn about entrepreneurship and starting a business, and a little bit more about the Russian literature in the studies of Russian as a foreign language and how to use it as a tool. The final module presupposes the pedagogical practice or a pedagogical internship and actual training in Russian language teaching. And where we have quite a few partners who are interested in our interns abroad within the European Union. So we have additional modules, which is the elective subjects, and you can improve your English language, considering that you only need to possess a modest knowledge in order to enroll to this program. You will have plenty of opportunities to improve your English in the course of the studies, considering the language environment, the exchange students whom we have here, and also an opportunity to go for a semester abroad. Also have optional subjects with a volume of 6 ECTS, and you'll have to write a master's thesis of 18 ECTS, but it shouldn't scare you too much. You will have everything you need by then. So what are the entry requirements? You need to have bachelor's degree, or I have to clarify here, any bachelor's degree. So you don't have to be a linguist in order to apply for this. Though of course, linguists usually favor this program, but you may have almost any qualification in order to enroll. We'll teach you everything you need. You also need to have a confirmed proficiency in Russian at the B2 level, and the applicants who haven't had Russian medium school education or haven't received a relevant university education in the Russian studies are eligible to take the Russian proficiency test of Narva College. The specific dates we will send you via an email. So how is the application evaluated? We have basically two scores. The first one is the motivation letter, yields 40% of the final score, and the admission interview, which is about 60% of the final score. And for each evaluation criteria, the maximum score is 100 points, and the minimum positive score is 51 points. The applicant needs to receive at least 51 points for the information letter in order to qualify for the admission interview. After the interview, the final admission score is calculated, and the maximum final score is 100 points. And you need to have at least 66 points of higher in order to be considered for the admission. So at this moment, I will probably stop. If you have any additional questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And thank you very much for your attention. Here you may have the contact details. And yeah, as I said, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for your presentation. I hope right now you can see us. And
no, unfortunately, I don't have the honor.
I guess it will take a few minutes in order to see us. But if you are interested to study teaching Russian as a foreign language, please ask your questions and don't forget, of course, to apply. And right now, I guess we are going to open our Q&A discussion round, and we received some of the questions already. And I guess we will start with the question for Gerson. So the question is, do I need to speak Estonian while applying to Estonian and Finno-Ugric linguistics? And if yes, which level do I need to have?
No. This is a clear answer. You don't. This program is meant to be for somebody who does not speak Estonian. Of course, you are invited to learn Estonian or to continue studying Estonian, but you don't need Estonian to complete the program.
Thank you very much. Another question we have for Riley for European Languages and Cultures. I have bachelor in German and English teaching profile Master of Education. Can the master program lead to a teaching career in Estonia?
Again, a short answer. No, in the sense that it's not like in the in Estonian system, you need to have professional qualifications which are only given out by teacher training programs. We run a parallel program in teacher training that unfortunately requires Estonian, and so you will be able to work as a teacher in Estonia, but we cannot give you the qualification of a teacher because of the qualification system that exists in the country. However, the degree allows you to have a temporary contract of teaching, and many students do that. Plus, if you want to pick up that degree and you have some Estonian, you will be able to do that parallel to studying with us. But yeah, Estonian is needed for that.
We have also quite similar question to Gerson about career perspectives, or what can I do after graduating Estonian and Finno-Ugric linguistics?
Well, you are that depends, of course, a lot on what specialty you choose. But basically, you are a linguist with a specialization. You can choose courses which increase your skills in, say, language processing, and work for language tech companies. You are, if you're going into an academic career, then you're qualified, for example, for doctoral studies and continue, say, with linguistics. We do not provide teacher degrees for the Estonian school system. This is not possible, as Riley said, on the base of English studies. Otherwise, I mean, we have teacher training, Estonian teacher training at our institute, but this is in Estonian. Now, language tech have I mentioned, and of course anything which has to do with languages, language teaching is a possibility to get a foot into the market. But of course, I mean, we are a humanities program, and we have no, say, we cannot compete with programs which have a specific design for the labor market.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Next question we have to Ivan. Hello, I'm a student from China. I'm currently studying in China as a postgraduate student. I got my bachelor's degree last July, majoring in Russian language and literature. I want to study teaching Russian as a foreign language in Tartu, at Tartu University. It's in Narva. I'm wondering whether you would accept an exchange postgraduate student. Thank you.
We, of course, will be happy to see you here. And again, I have to clarify that Narva is, is another city than Tartu. Even though we are University of Tartu, we're still in the city of Narva, which is closer to St. Petersburg, and which is on the very border with Russia. You can literally walk into it, or at least you could until some time ago. So yes, of course, you can enroll. You of course may submit your documents. The only thing that I probably need to again clarify here, I didn't get the part where when you mentioned about the exchange student. So as an exchange student for that, we have an Erasmus program, and you need to your university will have to get into an Erasmus Plus international agreement with us. But if you have already completed your program in your home university, so yes, please, of course, fill up your paperwork via the Estonian Dream Apply and come here.
Thank you very much. Next question we have to Riley about the double degree program in French and Russian languages with a partnership with Lion. In which languages we must write our essay? How many semesters we can spend in the receiving university?
So the double degree then exists in two specializations, and usually this means that you spend 1 year in Tartu and the other year in Lyon. So it's basically the year in which you go to Lyon depends basically on the situation. Currently, we have 3 students in Lyon. Their studies were disrupted. They couldn't go last year for obvious reasons. And so it shifted the studies around, so to say. But the idea is that you do 50-50. And obviously, in order to study in Lyon, you have to be proficient in French. That is one thing that if you plan to, for example, do a double degree in Russian with Lyon, then you should come and maybe take 1 year of intensive French with us and then go to Lyon the second year. Usually students choose this at this point, have chosen to write the thesis in the place where they have better access to materials. If you're writing on French, it makes sense to write that in France, so to say. But it's something that is up to negotiation, and we look at your needs and your wants, so to say, carefully.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, there is also a very related question to this one about the proficiency of the language in this specialization. So what language proficiency we need to have while applying to the University of Tartu in this specialization language?
It depends. As in English, we kind of expect you to be at least at C1 because English is so widely spoken, and therefore the level of language is usually higher. In other languages, I would say B2 is the minimum. You can work up from that level because in French and German, also in Swedish, we start our own students at Tartu from basically 0, and so there is a group of other students whose proficiencies are going to be in the B2 plus level, and you can scaffold up. You don't need to provide any documentation to us. You will just need to prove your ability to speak and your motivation to learn during the interview. As I said, English is slightly different, but in other languages, we have taken in students who don't feel comfortable, fully comfortable with writing, for example, and they have successfully graduated. For example, we had a student from Italy who finished in Russian, He really worked hard when he was here. He spent one semester in St. Petersburg. Those were the days. And he was able to work himself up. So we have positive examples from different specialties of people who have scaffolded up the language. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. We also received some questions in Russian. Luckily, I can speak Russian, so I can translate them directly to Ivan. So the question is, what kind of courses we can take in Russian in Narva?
Basically, all of them, or at least most of them, are in Russian, aside of the English language course, which is supposed to improve your proficiency in the English language. So I hope this answers your question. The entire program is basically in Russian, aside of the English.
I have a little bit related question about the admission process. So when applying, do I need to translate my documents into English and verify them, or I can just submit them in Russian for Ivan, for Narva?
Yeah, in this sense, probably in contrast with the other departments, we do not require this procedure. So basically, for the online application, you only need to scan your documents and send them to us. For the paper version, we only need you to stamp it with the notary or within your school where you actually received your diploma or your bachelor diploma.
We also have next question to Gerson about the digital part of the project. So the question is about, could you please provide examples of the courses in digital humanities that are offered within the Finno-Ugric program?
Yes, this is a difficult question because this is a selection of courses which we have not taught yet in that sense. So the idea is to have some statistical training that would enable people also, which you need for, let's say, analysis in linguistics, but then also programming, and having teachers who are involved in language technology. I ask for a little patience. I mean, we are coming up with the study program very soon with the courses which start this autumn. And then there is also the possibility to ask what will be in the second year. That's not a perfect answer, I know, but,
yes, but
everything is so fresh.
Yeah, our applicants can keep an eye on the website because we are going to update the part where the courses are listed. So keep an eye on them, and then you can check more. So there is a question in the air about scholarship. Maybe let's make like a round of updates about the scholarship in each program. I know, Riley, that you have already mentioned about that, but if you can repeat, and then we are not going to come back to these questions.
So our program is slightly different from the others because we are one of the very few ones in which the majority of students actually are from Estonia. So you will be coming and studying with Estonian students. For that reason, we have large numbers of tuition waiver scholarships for students from the EU and associated countries. So if you happen to be from the EU or from Estonia, there are 15 positions for you, and we have 2 tuition waiver positions for students from the third countries, meaning everybody else, and those are it, so to say. There is no transfer between those 2 positions. If we don't fill a position for the EU students, we cannot extend that to the countries of third citizens, unfortunately. However, if you are very good in your studies, you achieve high marks, you are able to apply for the usual Tartu performance scholarship. That is not very high, but it is available to all students with excellent marks.
Gerson, what about your program?
Yes, so we have tuition waivers, and every application is automatically an application for tuition waivers. So you don't have to file a separate application. These tuition waivers are, of course, restricted, and they are then assigned according to the acceptance list which we have. In addition, we have living costs grants, and these can be applied for separately. The exact number of these grants is currently not clear. We have certainly some of them which we find. So we have a statute within the institute, and they are going to be assigned to students on the base of a separate application. Ideally, this will be 2 for students who go into the who specialize on Estonian, and 2 for students who specialize on Finno-Ugric languages, coming from 2 different sources. However, the second source is not confirmed yet. So here also, I hope very soon, more information. And this is the beginning, so we are currently increasing also our efforts to provide more grants or stipends in addition to the existing tuition waivers.
Thank you very much, Ivan. What about you?
We have only 2 tuition waivers on the lucky day. Usually it's like from 1 to 2. So please be ready to bear your expenses on your own. And if your academic achievement or if your interview and the motivation letter score will be high enough, you may get it. You may get the tuition waiver, but I wouldn't count on it in advance, so please think about it.
I have another question for your program for teaching Russian as a foreign language. Do I need to speak English in order to study the program?
Only at a B1 level, so your knowledge have to be limited to an extent. So you don't have to be fluent, but you have to be at least able to introduce yourself and get a basic, acquire basic understanding before the interview. If you will start immediately honing your skills, you'll get there. Don't worry.
Thank you. There are questions about motivation letters. So maybe how to write a successful motivation letter, how to write a motivation letter to get a tuition waiver. Maybe Riley and everyone, we can also comment, what are you expecting from our applicants to write in their motivation letter to make this letter successful?
I'm going to start from a really dumb thing to say, but please don't plagiarize your motivation letter. There are sometimes people who seem to think that there is a perfect letter that exists on the internet that they can just use. The motivation letter should explain your motivation in coming to study with us. So my first recommendation is to do some homework, look into our programs. I think that applies to everybody's program, and try to link that with your career goals. And with your academic goals, so that you can put your own life into the context of the program. We do, again, this is my subjective opinion, but I don't think that our committees are going to be that moved by you saying that you have always loved Estonia, or that so try to make it a little bit more specific, in other words, and show some homework, I think, is what I would say as a useful pointer.
There is also a question if there are some, for example, achievements in sport. Do applicant need to?
No, I think that, this is, I see where it comes from, that in many very competitive American programs, the program, like in Harvard, is looking at the full person, so to say. And obviously, we too are interested in full people with lives. But we are, above all, especially when you are applying for, let's say, 2 tuition waiver scholarships that most of us have available to citizens of third countries, we are above all interested in whether you are going to be a motivated student in our program, and whether you're going to cope, and whether you're going to build on what we are able to give to you to make a career. And so work on the professional and academic side as opposed to these sports achievements, my opinion. Gerson.
Well, I do completely agree. So, I mean, you basically introduce yourself and your motives why you would study this. And I mean, I understand it can be sometimes difficult if you're young and you feel an interest or you have an interest towards something, but you cannot really explain why you are interested, that it may seem attractive to you and you're also not 100% secure if that's really the way I want to go, is that really interesting? Well, at least try to express that, why it is Finno-Ugric languages, why it is Estonian, which you are interested in, why you would choose particularly this part of the world to study, and what are your interests and plans with it. And if we are lucky, I mean, we consider ourselves lucky if we have, due to the motivation letters, already an idea if you would rather be interested in Estonian or rather in Finno-Ugric languages, and also, for example, make suggestions when you think that you would be interested in something which you do not find exactly in the program, and suggest that we could find a way how you combine, for example, language interests which are not particularly offered. We want to get to know you. That's the main reason.
I have one follow-up question. Do I need to specify the specialization Estonian or Finno-Ugric languages already in the motivation letter?
It's good if you specify it in the motivation letter. It's also good if you specify it in the interview. And this is not a, how to say, juridical, robust decision. So if you, when you start your studies, decide that you will change your original decision, then that's, of course, you have the right to do so. You should study what you need. You should get what you need.
Yes.
I would like to just add one thing that I think is also useful to put into your letter of motivation. Explain your academic background. And this is a great space to explain why, if your academic background is unusual, you are still a good candidate. This is a nice place where you can sort of explain that, although I have never studied linguistics, for example, but I did this internship someplace where I met linguistics. And so try to make us see why we should pick you from a large field of candidates, and giving some background into who you are academically can be really useful.
Thank you very much, Ivan. What about the motivation letter for teaching Russian as a foreign language? I also have one follow-up email. In which language it should be written, in Russian or in English?
It should be written in the Russian language. Also, again, it's probably worth to specify that we do not require a person to formally confirm the English language knowledge, only the Russian language. So we actually tasked the person during the interview asking basic questions in English. Now, concerning our motivation letter, or the motivation letter or problem, it's built around three aspects. The first of them is description of the applicant's previous education, and how this education, the career path, is actually related to the studies of the Russian language. So even if you were in a completely different area, just get creative. Think about it, how exactly you could connect this career path with your future program. The second one is the research interests for your master thesis. You course can update it during your studies, but please, again, think about this in advance. And the third aspect is, please explain your motivation to become a teacher of the Russian as a foreign language. It's highly important, and explain us how it will actually help you with your future career path. You don't have to have a step-by-step guide of how you're going to do that, but at least you should have a rough idea of what you're going to do with the education that you receive. And you have to convince us that this will be useful for you and you'll have enough motivation to complete it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. There are a few questions about working and studying at the same time. So maybe we can all comment on that. So if it's the applicant is actually asking if it's possible to work and study, and if you would recommend actually to do that.
everything is possible. But I have maybe 3 points to make. I mean, first of all, Tartu is not a super big city. I mean, Narva is smaller, but Tartu is not very big. And so the number of jobs available for speakers of English will be relatively limited. We do have students who do work, things like catering, for example, and other pretty menial jobs. And you can probably combine it with studying. So that's my second point, because we concentrate our teaching in a few days of the week. So it is possible to create a work schedule. Most of our classes take place basically Tuesday to Thursday. So you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday free. However, having said that, that's my third point, we do expect students to study full-time. In other words, students already this year, for example, have basically, after the first semester, said that, wow, I didn't think I will actually have to study all the time. So you will have to find some kind of a balance, let's say. And so unlike in a bigger city, maybe this teaching and, learning and working is maybe not the easiest to combine, but it is possible.
Karsten, would you like to comment on that as well?
Well, I mean, I know how the situation is. I have worked as a student a lot, and from that experience, I also know that it is not ideal. And if you consider that the master program is 2 years, then I would rather recommend to use these 2 years for intensive studying. But the most important thing is that if you have a conflict between work and studying, then you should talk to your teachers about that and be honest about it.
And maybe I would also add the fact that you can, of course, use the summers. For example, we understand that life is expensive, and Estonia is increasingly a high cost of living country. But it is possible to take on a job for the summer months and sort of save up so that you can focus more on studying during the semester and cope in this way. I think many students do that successfully as well.
Thank you. Ivan, what about Narva?
Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is actually that even though we are smaller than Tartu, we have fewer exchange students, so less competition for you. Bad news, most of the service jobs actually require Estonian, even though most of the people in the city, like the absolute majority, speaks Russian. Again, if you are not a native Russian speaker, it will be pretty difficult to find a job for you in the service industry. What we generally recommend is to have some kind of online job, which will be more flexible. And we have quite a few students who actually manage to do that, even though in the current conditions it might be more difficult. Also, the cost of living here is less expensive than in Tartu by far, I'd say, especially if we are talking about renting. It will, like the renting here will be twice cheaper, sometimes 3 times cheaper. So yeah, you probably need to evaluate. And also, I would generally suggest our students to use Erasmus to the best of their capabilities. Like, for example, if you go even for a couple months of internship during summer, it will be about 650 to 700 euros scholarship per month. So you will manage to at least, cut some money back, and plus half a year of the internship in the the final 6 months of the program. So you will have some flexibility and you will have some opportunities, that's for sure.
Thank you very much. We received another question in Russian about if it's possible to study or work in Estonia if you speak only Russian or Ukrainian. And I guess Ivan already covered it a little bit. For teaching Russian as a foreign language, it is only B1 English required. And for the rest of the programs, we need B2 English. Okay, next question is about admission requirements. So do I need to have bachelor's degree in linguistics? Maybe we can also talk about all of the programs. If do you have like prerequisite courses or qualifications in order to apply to your programs? Gerson, if you would like, you can start.
We have been discussing that quite intensively because on the one hand, we are interested that people have a basic education in linguistics. On the other hand, if we ask too much, then it might somebody might not feel attracted, or it might be the end for an applicant. Basically, I would say that if you come from a completely different field, which does not involve language learning and acquaintance with the structure and analysis of languages and the components linguistics have, from social linguistics down to formal syntax. If all this is a completely unknown field to you, then I might not recommend this curriculum to you, because you have too many things you have to catch up with within that 2 years, and that makes it probably an unpleasant experience. But if you have a basic education in linguistics and some experience in language learning and with language structure, then you should not be frightened that it is not enough. Then I guess it's fine.
Really?
So from my side, the answer is no. You don't have to have a background in linguistics. In all specialty modules, we have like serious linguistics classes, but they are doable even if you don't have a background in it. In English, we have had a couple of students who have come from completely different fields, one from law and the other one from history, and they have coped. It requires work, though. Like Gerson already said, some familiarity with linguistic concepts, but if you have studied a language seriously for a year, many years, you probably have some awareness. You need to know what a verb is. You need to know what a noun is and what a past tense is. But that's a start. If none of those words are familiar to you, you probably will not feel comfortable. But if you know those words, we can manage.
Ivan, do you have any, thank you very much. Ivan, do you have any pre-requirements to the bachelor's degree before applying to your master's program?
Not really. I'd say even though your linguistic bachelor degree make your life easier here, at the same time will make it more boring, because you will probably repeat at least some of the stuff. But our requirements are quite simple. You got a bachelor degree and Russian in the B2, you're in. Mm-hmm. No specific requirements on that part.
Thank you very much. We have another question about GPA. What average GPA should I have in order to apply, and if it's actually influenced the admission process? Riley, if you would like to start.
Any BA, I think. That's, yeah. Was it about the time or the...
About the grade.
The grade, average grade.
We don't look at your GPA at all. This is something that you may mention, but we will ask you about this in an interview, like how did you cope? But we are frankly more interested in your experience of writing a longer research paper in a foreign language than your average grade.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Gerson?
Well, this might become relevant at some point. Say, if we have 50 applicants or 500, then this... But I don't think that it's... like Raini said, it's definitely not the first thing we look at.
Thank you very much. Ivan, is it important for you the average grade of your applicants?
I'd say that the general requirement, which concerns the entire University of Tartu, is 3.3 at the minimum. So I'd say that if you're past that and you will manage to impress us, again, you're in. But you will have to try hard, actually.
I mean, I will just add this point. I think Ivan's answer just is very important, that even if there is no formal threshold, you are always competing against other people. And we obviously will admit the best, and especially the tuition waiver scholarships go to the best. But the threshold part is low, so to say.
Thank you very much. We also have some questions about the interview. So how to prepare to the interview, what kind of questions are going to be asked. Maybe you can also comment on that. Maybe Gerson, if you can start.
Well, I would be happy if you would tell me. I do this for the first time this year. And we basically will ask about the things which you have in your motivation letter, just to discuss these things. So you will have the possibility to speak about your motivation letter. And then according to the application, we might have questions, but I apologize, I don't have an experience yet with this. But if you prepare for the interview just by making sure that all you have written in the motivation letter and in your application can be commented by you, then I think it's fine.
Thank you very much, Riley. You have more experience.
So my recommendation is, first of all, think about your academic background and explain how your aspirations to study with us is linked to this academic background. Show a connection. How did you get to this application? You need to be able to explain this. We definitely ask you about your previous experience of writing in foreign languages, because we know that you have to write a long thesis. So knowing what you have done before is important information for us. We will ask you about whether you have academic plans. You don't have to have them. We will never check what you said during the interview against your final thesis. But of course, applicants who know what they want to do, or at least a direction in which they want to go in their studies, are going to be better placed at the end of the interview. So I would think carefully about what I have done, what I would like to do, how do I get from point A to point B, and what role Tartu studies would play in it. Have a plan. Think this through. It is worth doing anyway.
Thank you very much, Ivan.
Side of the things that we've already mentioned, concerning the motivation letter, I would just give a general advice which concerns not only our program, but probably all of them. Just do your homework. Research the place where you're going to study. Google Maps it. At least look at the pictures, what it looks like. Just read about the university itself. Read about the college itself. If you'll confuse Narva with Tartu, it will definitely not help. It won't help you as well when you will get here and find yourself in a completely different place and in a completely different environment. So you have to understand where you're going and why you're going there. So if you'll try to convince us with this, you'll be welcome.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Unfortunately, our time is over for this info session. Thank you very much to all participants for being with us today, for asking your questions. Thank you very much, our dear speakers, for presenting your programs. My wish to our potential candidates would be study cultures and languages, come to study at the University of Tartu. Don't forget about the application deadline, which is March 15, which is coming quite soon. And if you have any questions, please contact our program managers or just maybe follow up us afterwards after the event. And right now we are going to continue in a while with our discussion session with students. So we are going to have a small break, a short break, and then we are going to come back. Stay with us. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to another student discussions here at the University of Tartu. My name is Reina and I am an international student ambassador here, and today with me we are having some amazing people from the Languages and Cultures program. So here in the studio we are having Maria, and online again we are having Maria, who is in Narva at the moment. So do you guys want to introduce yourself maybe first from Maria in the studio and then Maria in Narva online?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Maria and I'm studying in the MA program of Foreign Languages and Cultures. I'm the first year and my specialty is English language and literature. So yeah, and originally I come from St. Petersburg, Russia. Yeah.
Amazing. And what about you, Maria?
Hello everyone. My name is Maria and I also come from Petersburg, from Russia. I'm a first-year master's student in the Russian as a foreign language, and I'm currently in Narva. That's it.
Amazing. So back to the Maria in the studio. What do you like about the University of Tartu?
I would say the biggest thing is the difference in teaching styles from my Russian university and the University of Tartu is that in here people actually care about you, and you can come to your professor and ask them about anything you worry about, any questions you might have related to some theories that you're studying, or maybe questions regarding the courses. You can always ask these questions and the professors will be happy to answer you actually. And also the community here, everyone is really interested in studying their program and their subject, so this is very, very good environment.
Amazing. And what about you, Maria, in Narva?
I do agree with my colleague. I can say that the atmosphere in the college is amazing, and that the support from the teachers, from our students' community is great. And I really enjoy this study process. And I don't know, I have so many friends here, so many people who support me in my study, and I didn't even expect, so that it's great.
Perfect. What were the things that you didn't expect about the University of Tartu? Especially right now you're in Narva, so...
I really have some experience getting my first education in Russia. So when I compare these two universities, I can see that the difference is great, is big. Maybe the reason is that there is some time gap between my two educations. But here in Narva, I met so many people that are really interested in getting new knowledges, in getting in doing this researches, in making the teaching progress more interesting, more engaging. So that's the most big surprise for me. I didn't expect anything like that. Yes, that's the main reason of my...
Yeah, true. And what about you? What you didn't expect about the University of Tartu?
Well, I didn't expect, as Professor Marling said previously, that you would have to study as much, but I'm actually enjoying all these studies, and that was probably the biggest surprise, that I would enjoy doing the homeworks that I get, and also the number of theories that I'm learning about that I've never heard about before, and they're all so interesting. And now I have this question of what do I want to write my thesis about, because there's so many theories I want to cover, but there are only 80 pages for that.
Oh my God, that's very interesting. So when you wanted to apply for this program, how did you prepare yourself for applying? Narva.
Maria in Narva. First of all, I had to learn English because I had some problem with it. But secondly, I had to prepare myself psychologically because as I already said, I had a time gap between my educations, so I had to go student from the very beginning, and it was quite challenging for me. The rest is great because I think that Tartu University is great in this process of preparing students for study process. So you don't have to do anything, just to pass your exams quite good, and that's all you need to do.
Yeah, perfect. What about you, Maria?
Well, the most difficult task for me was writing the motivation letter, because I've never come across such a form of writing before. Of course, I had to pass the English proficiency exam, which was not that difficult because I have studied English previously. And then also in our program, at least, you have to write an essay on a topic that is published on the university website. And I had to do quite a lot of preparations for this essay. I had to find the sources. I had to think through my arguments. That was rather an interesting process than a stressful one, but it still took quite a bit of time.
I'm going to continue with Maria in our studio, because you brought up motivation letter, and we all know how motivation letter is important. So do you have any suggestion for the students who wants to apply for the same program that you're studying, that how they can write their motivation letter?
I'm not sure I can actually suggest anything, because I have not heard any feedback on my motivation letter. But one thing that I didn't know and that I was worried about is that when you're suggesting a topic for your thesis, it is not, set in stone. You can still change it. So when I came here, I was thinking, oh my God, but I'm not interested anymore in that topic. But turned out that I can change it and nobody cares about what I wrote there. So you have to write it so that the admission committee look at you and understand who you are. After that, it doesn't matter anymore. So that's it.
I'm going to ask the same question from you, Maria, in Narva. What can you suggest?
Yes, writing the motivation letter was quite difficult, but first of all, it was difficult for me personally, because I had to write down everything I have on my mind, because I had to tell myself what I expect from this program, and I had to answer my own questions, and that was the most difficult thing about that, because you don't have to write anything that doesn't really mean to you. You should write everything just like it is. That's the most important thing in this letter. So if you are really interested in this program, if you are really interested in this research, it's not a problem. It's okay.
Yeah, I would say be truthful, because also with the admission interview, I got a question about who my favorite authors were, and I panicked a little bit, and I named all of them, which are really different genres, really different time periods. And I thought, well, I failed everything with this answer, but it turned out that actually it was, a better part of my interview, because I showed who I really am, and that is really important for the professors, so that they know how you behave in class and whether you will be an interesting interlocutor or not.
Exactly. Like, they're usually suggesting to be yourself and say everything as honest as possible. So we are having a question about how international is your program, especially in Narva, because whenever we are speaking about Narva, we usually say, because it's near the Russian border, so we think that the majority of them are Russian. So how international is your program?
Well, our program is international, but all the students from my program, this year students are from Russia, or they speak Russian, because all the, we have lections in Russian. So the study progress and the study process is in Russian language. So, but it is normal because we study to teach Russian as a foreign language. So we have to speak and we have to write and understand Russian perfectly. That's it. But there is no problem for any foreign student to enter this program because, if you master the Russian language quite good, it's not a problem.
Amazing. What about you? Like, how international is your program?
My program, I would say, is really diverse because we have people from Pakistan, we have people from the Netherlands, from the US, we have people from all over the world, basically. Pretty much every single continent is covered. So you have a lot of different people to talk to and a lot of different cultures to learn.
Beautiful. So Maria, since you're in Narva, we would like to know more about life in Narva as a student. And generally, how is living in Narva?
Well, you know, Narva is a very nice and small town near the Russian border, but it is very beautiful, very romantic, especially in autumn. And it is very green. If you come here in summer, you can see a beautiful river, and there are very many places to go for a walk, to go hiking. You know, you can visit the sea or go somewhere else. It is a very beautiful place. When we say about the student's life, Narva is a quiet place, and I can't say that here are many nightclubs or bars, you know, but I can say I'm sure that Narva is a perfect place to study in because you know, it's like you don't have to have a car, you don't have to catch taxi or to spend much time going from one end of the town to another. Everything is very close, and the community of students is quite small, and it is very comfortable, and you feel yourself like in a campus of a big university. You know, everything is very simple and quite great. I don't know. I like it. And I would like to add that I came here with my family, with my children. And for many students, it is a very big problem if you have a family already, and just to live with your family and to study. And it's not a problem in Narva. It is quite comfortable.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for your information about Narva. So here in the studio, what is the the life in Tartu looks like for you especially?
Well, it's really active. You can have a lot of parties if you want that, because there are some bars, there are a lot of restaurants and cafes. You can hang out with your friends. I personally am not big on going out, so I spend most of my time at the library. But the library here is really beautiful. It's really cozy, so spending time there is really, really nice. And but if you want to go out, you can go to cinemas, you can go to different shopping centers. You can go out to eat, or you can stay in and just chill out.
Nice. Do you stay in a dormitory?
No, I'm living outside the dormitory, but dormitories here are really nice. There are 4 options, and they're quite affordable for international students. So don't hesitate to choose the dormitory, because again, the community is really nice and you can find a lot of friends there.
And what about you? Where do you stay in Narva? Do you stay in dormitory or out of dormitory?
No, I don't stay in dormitory, but I know my several colleagues of mine. They stay there, and it is quite new. It was fully renovated several years ago, and it is very beautiful. You can see some pictures online, I guess. And well, if you want to find an apartment somewhere in the town, it's not a problem, and the prices are quite affordable in Narva.
Beautiful. Since I'm speaking with you, Maria, in Narva, so what is your favorite course in your program so far?
You know, I like the courses connected to my profession, because the most important of them is the Russian language morphology and syntaxes and so on. The courses connected to the linguistics, they are the best, and I guess this is the most the biggest joy for me to study this field and to study these courses. That's the most important for me.
Thank you. And what about you? What is your favorite course in your program?
It won't be so difficult to just pick one.
I know, but...
well, I would say one of the best courses I've had last semester, which was my first semester, was the Transmedial Dystopian Fiction course. I took it both because it fits my research interest and it sounded really interesting. And we generally discussed dystopias, apocalypse stories. We had to watch films and analyze them from the perspective of the apocalypse. We also had to read The Handmaid's Tale. So it was really interesting, and it kind of opened, you know, your view on the dystopian novels slightly more. Even though I read a lot of dystopias previously, I learned so much new. And it is actually the course offered by the German department, but it was given in English. So even if there are courses in different languages, the different language departments, you might still be able to take them.
Beautiful. Do you have a special library in your faculty, in your department?
We do. Right now we are in a different building because the main building is renovated, but it will be finished in summer. And from the stories that I've heard, the library in our main building is really beautiful and really cozy. But even the library in the temporary building is also really nice. And yeah, you can come there and it's really quiet, and the staff there is really nice. And if you have any questions, they will be very glad to answer them.
Thank you. Maria, you spoke about Narva and bringing your family to Narva. There is a question here for you that somebody asked if, she asked, can I bring my family if they are just Russian speaking and and the English is not good? So these are like some sort of questions for you. And also another question for you, can you improve English and Estonian in Narva? What is your answer?
Well, it's not a problem if you don't speak English very well. As you see, I'm not professional in this field, so it's not a problem, and you can get some course of English here in Narva College. As a student of the University of Tartu, you can assist the courses, any courses of the University of Tartu, if you want to. You have this right, and so you can do some courses. And plus, we have here, as far as I know, we have here in college some language clubs. So the students meet and speak English and Estonian, and so it's not a problem here in Narva. And the first question was about the family that doesn't speak English and Estonian. It's not a problem in Narva because the Narva is a Russian-speaking town, and if you speak Russian, you will feel yourself quite good here.
Thank you for that one. So
it doesn't mean that you shouldn't learn the Estonian language.
That's true. What about you? Can you here like easily take Estonian course? Are you studying Estonian or something?
It's fairly easy to take an Estonian course. It might be more difficult in the first semester, in the autumn semester, because everybody is registering, but they constantly add more spots so that you can actually take the course. I am not taking Estonian courses right now because I'm focusing on other subjects, but I am actually definitely planning to take them next semester, because while it is comfortable to live here without Estonian, because the majority of people speak English, it just feels nice to be able to speak Estonian to Estonians, you know.
That's true. It's always nice to speak the people's language a little bit. So, okay, for the last sentences for this student discussion, is there anything specific that you want to suggest to the students who wants to apply for your programs, specifically the one in Narva, because we are receiving a lot of messages about that. So is there any special suggestion that you can just let us know about it for a little, like probably 30 seconds, something?
Yes, I can suggest you to be prepared to the serious study, because to study the Narva College is not very easy. You can spend very much time studying, but it is very interesting and engaging. And if you do like linguistics, and if you do want to become a good teacher, it's good, it's great. The second thing is that although it is very easy to live in Narva speaking just Russian, that doesn't mean you shouldn't learn Estonian, because if you do want to stay here in Estonia, to travel, to work here, you have to speak Estonian, and that's a very important thing to know.
True, thank you. And what about you?
Certainly do not be afraid to apply, even if you previously studied something else. The professors here are really nice, and they will help you reach the heights that you want to reach and gain the knowledge that you don't have yet and that you want to have. And also be prepared to read a lot, because we have literature classes, we have key text class where we have to read a lot of scientific articles, but everything that you will read is interesting and will help you further in life. So while you're reading a lot, it's definitely helping you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. And this was the end of our discussion. And hope to see you guys in another student discussion. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our next info session and the last info session for today, which is dedicated to Master's Program in Society and State. And during this info session, we are going to introduce two of our programs, which are Politics and Governance in Digital Age and Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies. And today with me, I have a student advisor, Liviu Pintilie, who is going to introduce contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern studies. And then I have online Robert Krimer, who is going to introduce politics and governance in the digital age. I would like also to remind you that it's a very great opportunity to ask your questions. So if you are watching us from Workshop, you can see that next to every info session, and specifically next to this info session right now, there is a Q&A button, and you can just press this button and ask your questions. And then after all presentations are done, we are going to answer your questions online. I hope you are going to enjoy this session, and we are going to start right now with our first presentation, which is dedicated to politics and governance in the digital age. So Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me today and giving me the chance to present the Politics and Governance in the Digital Age program, which I lead together with Liisa Talving. Me, that is Robert Krimer, I'm Professor of E-Governance here at the University of Tartu. My specialty really is about studying this digital transformation of our public space, both on the side of administration, on governing, as well as on the political side. So let me give you a bit of a rundown of our curriculum and what we are actually trying to teach you, giving a couple of important remarks, and then tell you also about our summer school this summer that also prepares for our master program, then give you an info on the study guide where you can find more information. So our program really focuses on this digital transformation, how it really changes the fundamentals both of politics and governance. It is actually possible within our program that you can specialize either in the political track or in the governance track, depending on how or what you want to get more insights in. And we actually also emphasize in our program very strongly the thorough education and the use of methods and data analysis skills. And we actually also support you or recommend you to do an internship during the duration of our program. We actually have built it around the fact that you should do an internship between the first and the second year. And we will also have in the second year of the program a thesis writing process support. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on this final piece of work in this program, which is going to be an academic thesis. So where do our graduates actually work? So we actually have a surprising large number of alumni that actually work in the area of information technology and also in the work of academics. So basically, it's a very good underlying work that prepares you, or study program that prepares you both to do an academic research as well as going into the IT direction and bring all your policy experience there, as well as also work in politics and supporting political process and advocacy and civic engagement. And you can do that both. One half of our graduates actually stays in Estonia and the other half really goes international, both going back to their country of origin, as well as also venturing into other international nations such as Germany, or actually also working in Ukraine. We all know in this terrible environment right now, but still we also have our graduates all around the world that actually are also committed to supporting the process despite the difficult times. So we actually have a very tightly knit network of graduates that actually also collaborate and where we see some action also. So as I mentioned earlier on, our program is structured in the first semester. We focus on developing a common body of knowledge that gives you an overview of what you will be studying in the latter semesters, in particular laying the groundwork on the area of politics, as well as on governance, as well as the groundwork for the knowledge of methodology in a quantitative side, in a qualitative side, as well as also in a more applied side around the impact assessment. In the second half of the program, we're actually focusing very much on the master thesis as this final graduation exercise, and we actually prepare you for that. And that really starts at the beginning of the third semester with helping you to formulate your research idea, on actually helping you to make your research proposal more concrete. And then we'll also provide you with a possibility to do a mock defense of your thesis also, where you're gaining experience in advising other students on how they can improve their work, that we already really embody this peer review idea throughout the program. So let me give you a couple of ideas of what are the courses that we're teaching. And I mentioned already the methods module, where you get this very good groundwork on later on developing really nice research proposals and master theses. Then this common body of knowledge, where you get the overview of the political as well as the governance handwork, that you will get also an insight into e-governance, which I will teach myself, as well as also administration of democracy and elections, and my colleague Lisa Talving focusing on the comparative politics aspect, and is also working along those lines. And then in the second to the fourth semester, you have actually the chance to specialize either in politics or in governance. In governance, I will personally also oversee this cross-border e-governance, a really new development in that area, as well as also having the chance of kind of having this finalizing seminar on research issues in governance, where we collaborate with a partner from practice, like a city administration or an agency, on trying to solve the problems that they really bring to us, and which we will solve together with you as really practical insights, and really transferring also your skills directly into practice. And then you actually have the chance of doing a number of electives that on the one side either complement the experience that you had beforehand, or actually allows you to intensify previous knowledge, for example, around methodologies. When you decide to go more quantitative, we have a quantitative 2 class. We actually give you more insight into qualitative research, or also provide, in collaboration with other departments in our faculty, the possibility to go more into big data and society, and understanding the importance of big data and those developments in there. But I also would like to highlight this third sector research that we're doing, really about the management of public and third sector organizations, as well as also public and third sector marketing. So really also want to emphasize this here. And then, of course, you have the possibility up to 6 credits to take any other course that you think is complementary to the work in the master. And as I mentioned already, this last module for the masters, we actually have this master seminar that supports the thesis writing process, where we actually take a very active role as program managers, both Lisa and myself, in really guiding you and supporting you throughout the project. You can already hear from what I told you that I take a lot of commitment for this master program, and that you will get a very good exposure also to the senior faculty in this teaching program. So we'll also give you access to our networks. We collaborate very actively. And one of those examples is actually then later on the summer school that I will be talking about, which takes place at the beginning of August. But let me also highlight that you actually can also take subjects from any foreign university and use also the strong exchange programs that we have at our institute. We also have the possibility to very actively use the teaching methods and supporting you with face-to-face mode, but of course, given the circumstance, sometimes that might also be more distance related. And then we also have a support person with Linda Lees that is actually also answering any study related question that you might have, if you're able to transfer certain courses. And we also have a highlight in the fall, always the Keriku Autumn School. And we also have elections for student representatives every year for the intake that we have in there. So let me just highlight also the summer school that we're holding. So the summer school will take place for the first time in collaboration with the University from Leuven in Belgium, with the University of Constance in Germany, with the Erasmus University Rotterdam, and Harvard University, where we will actually provide you an insight into the digital transformation in the public sector, which actually will topic-wise be very much aligned with the Introduction to E-Governance course that I'm teaching. So we will actually give you a possibility to already take one course in the summer if you apply for our master program, and through that also lighten your course load later on in the project. So that's going to be a really excellent possibility to network with our colleagues from all around the world that we're working also actively in research projects. So if you have any further questions or would like to know further details about the program, we have actually put together a study guide that actually gives you a full overview the courses, of the benefits that you will have, also of support schemes, and also what you can expect in terms of the master thesis writing process. So that should give you a bit more detailed view of how will it be to study in our program. And we also have put, or we are about to put on a video about our program online, as well as also have some interviews with our teaching staff that will tell you a bit on what they are going to teach in the program. So in order, okay, so this works. So what we're really looking for are motivated students that want to do something more than just studying, that are actually also interested in transferring their knowledge as future experts and leaders of the digital governance politics. We of March. We are actually open for all bachelor degrees, but we really want to know from you the English language proficiency. So you really need to be excellent in terms of English. And what do we want to educate? Really is it shows that both advise and as well leads the digital transformation of our public space, both in politics and governance.
Robert, I'm sorry
thank you very much. I'm a little bit.
Robert, sorry for interrupting you, but we are losing you because
for our Q&A. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. Sorry, I was trying to jump in because unfortunately we were losing you at some point, and some parts of your sentences we couldn't hear. So maybe.
Oh, very sorry for that.
Yes, maybe if you can.
We can do with the Q&A then later.
Yes, maybe if you can switch off your camera in future, maybe your internet will work better, or maybe if you can try to find another connection while we are going to proceed with the other presentation. Thank you very much for presenting your program, and I will remind our participants, so if you have any questions about politics and governance in the digital age, this is the best place to ask your questions, so please leave your questions, and then after the next presentation, and specifically after the presentation in Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, we are going to answer all of the questions. And I would like also to mention that it's the best time to ask your questions because we have our professor Robert Krimer, who can also cover all of these questions in the best way possible. And right now I'm going to give a floor to Liviu, who is going to introduce our next program. Liviu, please.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Welcome. Hello to all our viewers. My name is Liviu Pintilier, and I'm a student advisor for the University of Tartu. And today I am going to give you a little bit of insight into the program Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, which is an MA program at our university. So, when it comes to the basic details of this program, it is a 2-year MA program in which students are expected to complete 120 credits throughout their studies, and the language of instruction is English. Also, the tuition fee is 3,800 euros a year, and the university has allocated 16 places for this program. Now, onto the structure of the program. First and foremost, there is the base module in which the students learn the basics of the program. Usually these are courses in civilizations, mindsets, traditions, and the basics of international law and international relations, as well as the basics in describing world economies. So basically what this module does is lay out the foundation for further for other courses that are going to be studied within this this program. Next, there is the methodology module, which is going to be extremely helpful for students who are going to write their master's thesis for this program. And there are many choices from which students can choose. It can be qualitative methods, quantitative methods, constructivist theory. The university allows students to choose their method depending on the type of research that they would like to conduct as part of their master's thesis. Next, there is the specialization module, which invites students to pick two main paths, one being the business and economy, and the second one being international relations. And I will talk about this module in the next slide. Next, there is the elective module, in which students can choose the courses that they wish to follow according to their interests, according to their area of focus. Some students choose to focus on East Asia, or maybe some choose to focus on maybe economy or business, while others want to focus more on the problems of societies in the Middle East. So whatever the students' interests are, the elective module is there, and students can choose courses of up to 18 courses, and you can also choose even more if they are willing to conduct even more work in this program. Next, there is the language module, which offers some choices for students who wish to study Asian languages. Some of them are Korean, Chinese, Japanese, but we also offer course Arabic as well. But we also offer courses in Estonian and Russian, and these courses are offered for, let's say, up to an intermediate level. So this is 12 credits worth of language courses. That is 2 courses that have to be completed at the minimum in these 2 years. Next, there is the optional module, which is 4 credits, and this is the module in which students can choose whatever course they would like to follow. So whether they want to strengthen their knowledge in some area that they're interested in, or if they wish to pursue some new course or some new area that is outside the program, they have the ability to do so by registering this course as optional. And finally, there is the master's thesis module, which basically means the writing of the thesis. And throughout these 2 years, the student will be helped by the program advisors and the program professors into writing and putting down the topic of their thesis, and most and foremost the research question. So 20 credits for the master's thesis module, and the students will have the opportunity to write their thesis and gain as much help as possible from the program coordinators. About the specialization and elective module, and in our program, the Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, there are 2 main specializations that students can choose. As I've said, international relations or business and economy. And within international relations, students can learn more about Chinese politics, China and the world, political development in the Southeast Asia, and security policies in Asia Pacific. While in business and economy, they can learn about Asian markets and doing businesses and learning about practical cases of doing businesses in Asia, as well as about the FTAs between Europe and Asia. But apart from these 2 specializations, students can choose to strengthen their knowledge with other elective courses, which are focused on Asian culture, societies, religions, mindsets. And usually when students, let's say they choose to focus on business and economy, many times this choice is always influenced somehow and has some relation to, let's say, societies and religions, and students might find it more helpful to learn, let's say, the insights of a culture, of a society, that would help them learn better about the business and understand, let's say, the predominant mindset in a region or a country. As well as they can learn about international relations, conducting business, as I have said. So what this program offers is the opportunity to focus on what you want, and if you know what you want, you can get it very easily by choosing the path that you believe it's more helpful to you. When it comes to the internship, it is mandatory in the program, and there are different types of internships. So some of them can be conducted at the university or think tanks, for which there is the Tartu, the UT Future Lab, in which students can find many opportunities of internship and jobs, as well as internships in companies where students can use their practical skills in relation to Asia or the Middle East, as well as project-based internships. So as long as there is a connection between the studies and the internship that the student chooses, it's even better, and this is what the program wishes for the students to do. Now, about the MA thesis at the end of the studies, the topic of the thesis must be connected with contemporary Asia. Some examples from what students researched about in the last years were the Chinese market entry, about Europe in Chinese media, about the Silk Road and the policies surrounding the Belt and Road Initiative, Southeast Asian expatriates' work-life experiences in Estonia, or about the Japanese population crisis and robots. And this is just, I could just call it, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because students can come up with a lot of interesting topics. So whatever you would like to research about and whatever you're passionate about, the MA thesis is a right space to develop this interest and at a very academic level. And overall, this program, Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, offers students the chance to broaden their horizons on Asian societies, politics, and economy. And many times it offers glimpses into why certain events happen in Asia, or why there is this decision by this government in Asia. So students manage to understand the mechanisms in politics, in business, in international relations, in internal affairs. They also understand better the cultures of these countries, and they learn about an area that is so diverse and so amazing in many ways, and has such different mindsets. As well as this program offers the opportunity to learn new languages. So how I've said, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, these are usually taught by natives. So it is even better that students can get this first-hand approach with speakers of the language, as well as the fact that Tartu has a very large Asian community. So we have a lot of students coming from all countries in Asia and the Middle East, and therefore students at this program have the ability to interact with people that they are studying about, and they can, as well, they can get this first-hand experience from them, which is even more enriching and fulfilling. So yes, overall, the students learn how to connect bridges with Asia and how to connect bridges with societies that have that may have different mindset or different political environment. While here in Europe, some things may be probably harder to understand. Let's say when it comes to politics in Asia, then the students here can solve this mystery and help, and they can learn more about how to make these challenges more understandable to us, to people who are in Europe. And yes, as I have said, the University of Tartu is a very multicultural study environment, which is perfect for students who engage in multicultural studies. When it comes to future career opportunities, students can engage in trade and economics after they graduate, in diplomacy and international relations. They can also further their studies into research and academic work, or go into cultural relations and public diplomacy. And about the application procedures, it is very simple. First and foremost, there is the online application. Next, the motivation letter, which accounts for 70% of the whole score, and it must be in English. And because the motivation letter encompasses 70% of the score, then students have to pay extra attention to spelling and language. They have to show their motivation to study, and they have to describe certain points of research that they are interested in and would like to further explore during their studies. So my advice to students who apply to this program is pay extra attention to this procedure, to these steps, and to the motivation letter, because it matters quite a lot, as you can see, and the average grade as well, which matters, which accounts for 30% of the score. And just another reminder that the application deadline is March 15th, so if anyone would like to apply for this program, you have 2 weeks in which you have to submit your online application and the necessary documents. And now, if you have any other questions, I would be very happy. I can also answer to these questions about the program, or you can email the program manager, Eva Lias, at her email address. And yes, if students have any other question, they are more than welcome to ask in the workshop platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Livio, for introducing Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies program. Our dear participants, if you have any questions to this program, this is the right place to ask your questions. Please leave your questions. And we are going to answer these questions actually now, because we are about to open our question and answer session. And we already have some questions that are related a little bit to admission. So the question is to Robert. So is there an admission interview for politics and governance? Sorry, and if yes, how can I prepare for it?
No, I mean, for the interview, you really need to convince us about your motivation and what you want to do with the study program. So we really want to see your motivation, how you actually why you want to study it, right? So tell us about the reasons, tell us about what fascinates you, what are the things that really motivate you. So we want to hear about your intrinsic or extrinsic motivation. I mean, it could be that you want to get a great salary with this program, which will certainly be possible, or you want to do your own startup, you want to learn how to become a GovTech startup and how to really interact and further contribute to the development of your society, or the other way around, that you really just want to make about change or other elements. So this is what we want to hear from you.
Thank you very much. The next question we have to Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies. So the question is, what average GPA should I have in order to apply?
So when it comes to the GPA, the University of Tartu does not have, let's say, a threshold, a necessary GPA that must be fulfilled. So I think that the GPA is not a matter of worrying. I think anyone who would like to apply, they should just apply with the grades that they have, and yeah, they should just give it a try. So no worries about a GPA.
Thank you very much. We have a question to Robert. Are there scholarships to cover the study fee for your program?
Yes, we have 10 scholarship waivers, tuition waivers, sorry for that. So 5 for European students and 5 for international students coming beyond the European Union.
Thank you. We have a question about the internship. So how can I choose my internship, or is it compulsory? I guess, Livio, you have mentioned during your presentation that the internship is compulsory. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, so the internship is part of the curriculum and must be completed because it accounts for the necessary credits to complete the program, usually is first and foremost, you should take into consideration what's your interest and to look for a company or a project and organization that would fulfill your interest and in which you could use your skills. So sometimes you can come up with, let's say, very interesting combinations. So one example is what I can think of is right now is an internship in which a student helped create a design of a school in Ülemiste city, which is an area in Tallinn, and it was a project of coming up with a design that would help students learn in a school. So it was a school design project. And among these design ideas, there was this idea of making this aesthetics. These aesthetics combine the Japanese aesthetics with the Norwegian idea of hygge, which was a very interesting idea and was accepted by the organizers of this project. So I think it's a good idea to keep creative and find ways to introduce your interests in Asia and the Middle East, whatever interests it is. If you can find a project in which you can come up with this idea that includes, let's say, as I've said, like Japanese aesthetics or Asian aesthetics or let's say Asian design or anything that has to do with Asia, then students should go for it. So my advice is keep it creative.
Thank you very much. Robert, do you have internship as a part of your program as well?
So we have it as an opportunity, but not as a mandatory part of it. So in that sense, I can fully align with what was said before regarding what kind of internship should you be doing. So we really advise students on selecting something that is complementary to their studies. And so in that sense, we also help them. We also have our own internship advisor at the department and can give further insights, but it's not mandatory. So basically, it is an add-on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would like to add that just as Robert pointed out, that it must be, the internship must be strictly related to the studies that we're doing. So if it's not related to Asian studies, then it will not be approved. So because that's the point of having the internship mandatory. So even if it's maybe not in the student's interest, it must be related to Asian studies. That is a definite requirement.
Thank you very much. Robert, we have a question to you about motivation letter. So could you recommend how to write a good motivation letter? And if we need to indicate the specialization that we are applying to, as understood, politics or governance immediately in the motivation letter?
No, you don't need to indicate that in your motivation letter, but of course it is, as they are complementary but distinct from each other, you could actually highlight what you're more interested in. But it doesn't make a difference for being accepted. What we're looking for is really excellence. We're looking for how you excelled in your past, and you actually should show that with your motivation letter. On the other hand, really provide us with your interpretation, what you think are important properties of a future student in our program, because we also don't know everything, right? So we want to be convinced about you as a candidate. And so basically highlight what are the things about you that we should know for sure and should not miss about you. So show us, for example, a particular combination of your past experiences in your work or in your studies that perfectly fit the profile that we have developed for this master program. So if you have done, for example, working in a NGO that was dealing with new forms of participation and at the same time providing for co-creation with government agencies, that would be something which you could highlight and should clearly show, okay, this would relate as a practical experience for course Introduction to E-Governance with Professor Krimmer. On the other hand, with Professor Talving, I can actually contribute in this course. So if you highlight those particular experiences, if you highlight already prior knowledge, and how your profile fits for our program, that's the best way to write a motivation letter.
Thank you very much for so detailed recommendations. Maybe, Livio, you can also say a few tips for our candidates how to write a good motivation letter for contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern studies.
Okay. Well, the first tip that I can think about is make sure to write your objective and make sure that you have a goal in mind when you're joining this program. Whether it may be, let's say, the research question or research topic that you would like to explore, or what you would like to do after graduation, it is very important that you show that you have a goal, because if you have a goal, then you have the motivation to achieve that goal. So that is something that students must point out. And also what is also important is experience. If people have had experience with let's say Asian organizations, or working in Asian companies, or living in Asia, or having any sort of like studies, any experience with Asia, then that would also prove helpful, because this means that these students are already motivated and they want to enhance their knowledge and their interests. And of course, third and lastly, very good English and very good structuring. That is also very important. So even though you have very good goals, if you cannot put them on paper clearly, then that will be a very, very serious downside. So, because if the idea is that if you cannot write your goals clearly in the motivation letter, then it's going to be very difficult if you're coming to Tartu and you have to complete your assignments, or you have to write your master's thesis.
Thank you very much, Livio. Next question we have to Robert, to politics and governance in the digital age. Could you please provide some example of master theses at this program?
I mean, for our master thesis programs, we have had students that study the digital transformation process in one ministry and looked at really how did the internal reorganization take place, how was the digital service team actually put forward. We also had students that analyzed the digital transformation strategy of a country and really provided concrete policy advice. On the other hand, we also had others that actually looked at civil society movements in Eastern Partnership countries and did case studies on that. So we actually really have a very broad range of topics, but important is always with our master thesis that they're empirically guided. Yeah, so we want to use methodology in a very rigid, but also in a relevant way. So for us, important is that the topic is relevant and it is using rigid methodology. And those two things will lead to excellent master thesis in our field.
Thank you very much. We have another question to your program about the career perspectives. So where can I work after graduating in politics and governance in the digital age? Or maybe you have some examples of your graduates where they work currently.
I mean, actually, as we already highlighted, we have actually a large degree of graduates in our program that actually continue on into academia, both at our own university, but also abroad. So that work in KU Leuven, work in the United States. So really a broad range of academic profiles, but actually also working in startups. So working in Bolt, working in former Skype unit that now belongs to Microsoft. So we actually have a surprising large number of graduates that work in the IT field, where they actually bring in this policy experience. So that is really so complementary to the technological process. But then we also have this NGO sector where they work in civic activities and actually try to provide new public services also. So really, it is a very broad range, as I highlighted earlier in my slides.
Thank you very much. Next question we have to contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern studies. How international is your program?
Well, I'd say it's very international because, well, we got the international part in the name of our program. So from what I know is that the people who join this program are mainly from everywhere in the world. We have also some Estonian students who are eager to join this program, but at the same time, I think think the program itself and what it aims to is to expose students to as much international environment as possible. So we have the studies offer this broad choice of courses in basically any region, every facet of Asian societies, as well as the fact that the university offers the opportunity to join so many extracurricular activities that have to do with diversity and this international facet of the student life. So I'd say if it is international, then the answer is yes, very.
Thank you very much. We have another question to your program, Livio, about Estonian language. Is it necessary to learn Estonian, and if it's necessary to speak Estonian while graduating the program?
So the answer is no. You do not need Estonian because all courses are in English. The only place where you might need Estonian is, of course, outside the university. And I advise every student who comes here and wishes to study Asian studies that they should at least have one course of Estonian or 2 courses of Estonian, or how much they wish to dwell into the language. But the idea is that students here should at least have, let's say, the basic knowledge of the Estonian language. It's not a requirement, it's not compulsory, but it is a recommendation. I think every professor and every student basically at the University of Tartu would recommend any other prospective students to learn a little bit something about Estonia and about the beautiful language that it has.
Robert, how is it with your program? Is it compulsory to study Estonian, and would you recommend actually to study Estonian?
No, I mean, I would say clearly it's always recommendable to know the language of your host country, and that is actually something which always comes in handy, but for studying in our program, it's not necessary. So it's really possible to do it fully in English, but of course it helps to understand the context better and also interact with colleagues and friends.
Thank you very much. I have another question about exchange studies. Is it possible to go for exchange in your program? Robert, it's addressed to you.
Yes, we have this mobility module, as I mentioned earlier on. So we really try to facilitate students to go abroad, also by helping them later on to transfer the credits that they did at the other respective university to us, so that we can actually make best use of the knowledge of the students so they don't lose time and still are able to graduate. And actually, we help them also to select the right courses and make it a good experience.
Thank you. There is like a part of this question, where can I go?
Also, where can you go? I mean, you can go both within Europe. There is also possibility to go to Asia, to go to the United States. So that is usually mainly a problem about financing it. So within Europe, we actually have the Erasmus program that actually supports students for going abroad. On the other hand side, if you're able to receive additional scholarships, that is really also up to yourself. But we will, of course, help you with support letters, with supporting your transition and actually pointing you into the right directions. But if you want to go to someplace more exotic, then we need your own initiative so that you can actually also finance the trip.
Thank you very much. Livio, how is it going with your program?
Well, of course, since we have Asian in our title and the Middle East in our title, then obviously we offer opportunities for students to study in Asia and the Middle East. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic in the last 2 years, it's been quite difficult to allow students to make it to Asia and actually study there. But thankfully now things are getting a lot better. And the countries are opening up. So we have, from what I can think of right now, we have a number of universities in Korea, in Japan, in the US, in China as well, in Australia, which offer courses in Asian studies and courses that students can can also pursue there. We also have the Erasmus program, which is already very famous and very accessible because it's basically accessible for anyone regardless of their financial situation. But as for these universities, as I have pointed out earlier, yes, in many cases, the students have to finance their trip, their studies. They can find certain scholarships, but yes, it is not as easy as with the Erasmus. But students have the choice, depending on their situation, to either go, let's say, on the other side of the world, or keep it closer to Europe with the Erasmus program.
Thank you very much. And next question I have to Robert. How big is the competition for politics and governance in the digital age? Is it difficult to get a study place?
It's always difficult, right? So if you're not the right candidate, you will not get in, right? But for someone that is clearly interested in the politics and governance field, I would say, show us your experience, show us your excellence, and then it will be no problem to get in, but it's not easy. Yeah, so it's not that we have any study places to get in, but if you convince us, then I don't see any problem with excellent students getting into the program. We have 20 study places, right? We get applications of around 100, 150. So obviously we need to make a choice, but if you're excellent, we have always found a space for you.
Thank you very much. We have a question to contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern studies. How does the classes look like? Are they more lecture-based or discussion-based? And how much practical knowledge do you get?
I think it's mostly mixed. We have, usually the lectures are, in the lecture format, but we also have seminars which complement these lectures, and in which students can engage into discussions, can engage into debates, sometimes debates that are very much like political debates, which is a very useful tool for students to grasp the way of supporting your point of view and finding arguments that support this point of view. And I think we have also a number of projects in which students can apply their skills, or for instance, there are tasks or assignments in, let's say, policy analysis or discourse analysis, and these come very helpful because these are skills that are learned, and this is the best way that students can use these skills.
Thank you very much. We have another question to your program. What is the difficulty level of this program? If I'm currently getting my BA diploma in non-diplomacy politics subject, will I have a hard time in this program?
So if it's the subject of politics, then it's, I think it's fairly easy. You don't need to be an expert of Asia to be here, but what you need is the motivation and the interest to study and to learn more. So a prerequisite knowledge of Asia and the Middle East is not necessary.
I have another question to your program, sorry. We have a question about the language. Do I need to learn any of the Asian language while studying this program?
Yes, it is mandatory. Students are expected to learn at least one Asian language. It doesn't matter the level. It can be 0 to A1 or A1 to A2 or A2 to A3. Usually students study the Estonian language while they're here, or the Russian language, and then they also choose one of the Asian languages. They can also choose 2 Asian languages if they're up to a challenge. But yes, if you're a student at Asian studies, it's quite logical that you must learn an Asian language as well.
We have another question about combining work and study. So is it possible to work while studying politics and governance? And is it possible to find a job at the university? Robert.
So it's always possible, right? But it's not a program that is actually targeted towards currently working students. So it's a full-time program. We have our lectures and classes usually during the day, so and not so much in the evening. So actually, we have one student that is that came from the US to us and who is actually working in the evenings for a job in the US that he can do remotely. So yes, it is possible, but it's certainly not the most convenient way of earning your way through the studies. I would say looking for focused jobs that allow you for full-time engagement during the holiday periods, meaning in January or between June to August. I think that's the ideal way of combining working, getting experience, doing internships, and actually studying. But yes, we have students that are part-time working.
Thank you very much. Livio, how about your program?
Well, for our program, yes, it is possible to work, but as Robert said, we expect that students dedicate their full time to studies. So the holidays should be the ideal time for working. It really, the thing is that the students can make their schedule, and it's true that they can arrange, let's say, what courses they want to take and to better fit their schedule. But again, our recommendation is try to focus on the studies, because that is very important, and the studies must be taken care of diligently and with all seriousness.
Thank you very much. And we are unfortunately running out of time. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for listening to our presentations and for participating in Q&A session. Thanks to our speakers, to Robert Krimer and to Livio, who were with us today and who introduced their programs. And I can tell, please apply to these two programs, Politics and Governance in Digital Age, and then Contemporary Asian and Middle Eastern Studies. And don't forget about the application deadline, which is March 15, so it's coming soon. And please stay with us. Yes, stay with us. We still have a student discussion session from this program, so stay with us for the last session, which is going to be in 5 minutes. Don't leave, and then we will finalize the second day of the open doors. Thank you very much, everyone, and we are going to finish and this session.
Bye.
Hi, and welcome back again in another student discussion. Right now we are having discussion round with a student from Society and State programs. So here with me, we are having Phi and Bing. So before we go through the introduction, if you guys are watching us on Workshop, please, there is a Q&A part somewhere that you can just like click on it and ask your questions, and we're gonna answer here. So the floor is yours. Would you guys please introduce yourself? Bing, do you want to go first?
Hi, my name is Bing Hua Liu. I'm from China, and I'm graduated from the Contemporary Asian and Middle East programs. And yeah.
Thank you. And what about you, Phi?
My name is Felicitas. I'm from Germany, and I study politics and governance in the digital age in the first semester. So I'm very new.
Amazing. So when we are like, whenever we are thinking about the Middle Eastern Asian studies, would you please just briefly tell us about what does this program about, and like, what is the general thing about your program?
So I think like the most things like you could learn about the Middle East culture and Asian culture. So it's really good. So if you haven't really learned things about this, you can get a basic knowledge about it. And then if you are getting more interested, you can maybe think about it in the future. You want to go for deeper studies of PhD. So yeah. For me, I think it's attractive for me because like I want to learn what is a perspective, even though I'm Asian myself. And I want to learn about what's the perspective from the European countries. Think about the Asian Middle East culture. Yeah,
that's right. Thank you. What about you, Phi?
It's called Politics and Governance in the Digital Age, and you have to specialize after the second semester in either one of those. But after the first semester, I can just say that you learn a lot about, yes, political processes and governance processes, but there's a very good focus on like the digital age and innovations happening in Estonia, for example. So overall, you not only learn about the processes, but also where they're applied. So it makes, of course, sense to have a background in politics, but it's also pretty approachable for everybody else. And I very much like it so far.
Good to hear that. Bing is actually a graduated student, but would you please tell us why did you choose to study at the University of Tartu?
Well, so I really want to study in Europe, and then so I started to searching all the European universities, and then I found out Tartu University. It's really nice, among my list, and then I find like Estonia is a very technology country, and I think that would be a really good opportunity for me to get to understand the country more and learning about the culture. So, and also, I mean, I'm really proud to say I think University of Tartu is the best university in Estonia. So yeah, that's why I chose here.
Good. What about you, Phi?
So my decision was a little less like grand, I guess, because I have the privilege of being born in the EU. So I actually knew I could pretty much go to every other country within the EU, given the language barrier. That was, of course, not that many countries in effect, but still I could move everywhere I wanted to. And I really wanted to take up that opportunity to just be able to go somewhere else. And I learned about Estonia in a seminar that I had in my bachelor's, and I always thought it was very interesting because I'm from the south of Germany. You don't really interact with the Baltic countries. I'm close to France, I'm close to Switzerland. So I wanted to go somewhere completely else, and then I just started researching, and I found the University of Tartu, and actually some friends of mine did their Erasmus abroad here, and I liked what I saw about the program and the city.
Nice. So what is your favorite thing about the University of Tartu?
So I'm studying at a smaller institute, so I can't really say anything about the entire university, but I really appreciate the climate within the university. It's super friendly, it's very approachable. You write an email and you actually get an answer in the next 24 hours, and I was not used to that coming from Germany. Yeah, it's bad. But I also like that. I like that yeah, you can basically ask anybody questions and they're trying to help you. And it's also small seminars, so you get to know other people. And so far, I'm really glad I study here.
What about you, Bing? What was your favorite thing about the University of Tartu?
I think it's opportunities, because University of Tartu do offer a lot of different seminars and events, such as a startup. And like as a lab, you can go in to learn more about the knowledge you didn't know, and also the resource. And because before I didn't, in my bachelor's, we didn't really have this access to so much articles you can do. I mean, during my study, I found out you could access so many resources. You actually needed to pay a lot of money in there. So in the end, I found, oh, I can learn this for free. I can read those for free. It's amazing. Yeah.
So how would you characterize your program in just 3 words? I know it's very difficult, but just 3 words.
So if I have to say, I would say flexibility, and interesting, and that is hard. Let's say opportunity.
Nice.
Yeah.
And what about you?
I've been trying to think about that. I guess I would put innovative in there, because there's a focus in every class that I had so far. For example, also to have your own project and to develop it with the help of the teachers. And maybe not so much about the content of the program, but supportive, because I guess it's in contact with the opportunities you mentioned, because you get a lot of help with the projects that you want to do. Everybody knows someone who might help, and there's a lot of support just for anything that you want to do.
True.
And yeah, a third one, it's good. I don't know whether I could put it in one word, but it's also challenging. It's not only challenging in the amount of work that you sometimes have to do, but also the things you believe in and to see it from a different perspective. Yes.
Well, nice. Thank you. So what was the hardest part of your program?
In my program? I think for me, because even though I learned about English before, and I have to say, yeah, you mentioned about the challenging. Actually, a lot of these classes you do need to put a lot of effort in there, and those reading for me at the beginning I find it really, really difficult for me. For some, because when it's related to political or culture, you have to read a lot, and normally the shorter version of the reading is 10 pages and 20 pages English, and I think for me that was a hard part. I take much longer time compared with the people who probably has a better language skills, or from the maybe German, they're better at the English, and so I'm really glad I took this, because my reading speed from the beginning, I have to take about 3 to 4 hours per article, and now I can just read one article in 1 hour. So I feel that's the progress, you can really see it. So yeah, I'm really glad that, yeah.
Yeah, true. And what about you? What was the hardest part of your program?
I mean, so far, I think I was actually lucky because my background works so well with this master's, because I studied international relations in my bachelor. But yeah, the readings, it's a lot to read, even if you're faster at it, because you already have that background. Yeah, it's really a lot. And for me, it was hard to switch from having exams at the end of the semester to handing something in every week. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I think it's bad. I think I profit much more from it doing it every week, but it's just a lot of work.
Yeah, speaking about readings and stuff, what are the assignments and exam look like in your program?
So it depends on the class you take, obviously,
Yeah.
but it's mostly weekly tasks or a paper at the end of the class, so at the end of the semester, or sometimes it's a mixture, so you have to hand in weekly assignments and you have an exam at the end, or you have a paper and an exam, but the teachers make sure that they're well that they are put well together. So it's not an entire paper and then entire 1.5 hour exam. It might just be a shorter one.
Yeah, and what about yours?
So for us, it's pretty much similar. And but sometimes we can do like a little project, and then we group up, and then we have to do like a final presentation in the end. And some of these classes, they have an exam in the end. And for language classes, we actually have 3 exams during the semester. So yeah, because like my program, we have to take like a 12 credit for the language classes as well. Yeah.
Nice. So. Guys, if you're watching us on Workshop, please, if you're having a question, just leave it on that Q&A box, and we're gonna, check out that one, and we're gonna answer that one. Generally, I know that you guys are having motivation letters for the entrance of the university. So if we do want to speak about your motivation letter, what do you recommend the students to write or something?
I wrote mine a year ago, so I don't know exactly what's in there anymore.
Makes sense.
But I think what you should do, it's not about writing how great you think the university is only, or how great you think the program is only, but really show that you're interested in what's happening and that you have a grasp of maybe what's going on right now. So for example, I remember that I wrote about that I wouldn't be able to decide right now whether I would choose between politics and governance, but I found things interesting in both. So I just explained why, or where my interest came from, actually. And then, of course, you should write something about, the University of Tartu is also actually great and a university to study that. But I think if you're being honest about what you're interested in, and you can kind of show where that comes from and why you're interested in that, I think that's a good way to go. And as always, just check it with your peers. And I think your friends can always tell you when they read something and say, where is that motivation suddenly coming from? But
yeah. I could add some for me. So for me, I think you should really just express about yourself in a way, because, there's a word only 5,000 character you can put in there, but I think in the way you should to tell about yourself more, because in the end of the day, for the motivation letter, the university just wants to know you more. And I think for my cases, I talk about why I choose this program, and also it's an important thing. There's a question in there what is your thesis about? So you really have need to have some task, like a targeting in the end. But in the end of the day, you could change your topic in the end, but you really needed to know why you want to learn this program. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe adding to that, I think, it's important about not only why you think the program is great, but why you want to do it. It's not a generic pointing out, okay, the program does this, the program does that, but why do you find it interesting? Why do you want to study it?
Yeah.
I think that's very important.
Yeah, these were very great points to mention. So what is your favorite course in your program so far?
Do you want to go first? I have to think a little bit.
Okay. Actually, there's a lot of interest class. I'll mention one. I had this class. Unfortunately, I cannot record the whole name, but it's about Middle East. And for me, I didn't learn much about Middle East before I studied this. And then we get to touch about the some literature, the art, and some of about the women's rights in the Middle East. And then we watching some small movies about it. And then later on we had a discussion about this. And this class is very interesting for me because I really feel like I learned something I didn't pay attention before. And that's we all know there's issues around the world, but when you deeply learn and discuss about, and then you will it's even more open eyes when you really talk with someone else about this. It's not just you see the news all over the place. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I think that's also, in general, what I enjoyed about a lot of my classes is that just the exchange you have with other people, and especially a lot of different people that might not come from your same background, whether that's the country or your bachelor's. But I think one of my favorite ones was public governance last semester. And while it was definitely the most work-intensive one I've ever done, I think, it was also great because technically you know how the state works, technically you know how politics works and how new laws get made, how new policies are made. But we coupled that with having to find an example for that every week. So it actually, you didn't only learn about the theory, but you had to apply it. And it was challenging to find a good example every week, but it was also so interesting to learn. Like, obviously I chose a lot of examples from Germany because that's what I know best, but there was a person from Belarus, for example, and she brought examples, or a person from Russia, or just around the EU, around the world. And I really like that, the combination of learning about the theory and then seeing it in practice, and that just is a new level of understanding, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So we kind of like trying to cover the question generally about the your program, but how is living in Estonia for you being?
Well, I think I like it. Well, the winter is a little bit too long, and like especially I mean, recently like the snow is melting and the floor is getting flooded. It's a little bit messy, but in general, I really like it, and I'm amazing because like I'm from a really big city, a couple millions of people in the city, and like for me, I really enjoy like the space here in a way, and also like for us, like if we go to countryside, and I really enjoy hiking and go to blueberry picking in the Estonia and the mushroom picking, because like for me it's like a fairy tale, because like we never really had the opportunity to do that. If we go to hiking in China, like it's more like a tourist places. You have all this the roads they build up for you. You only go that way. But I feel like in Estonia, if you go to a forest, you just go any corner you can go, like it's no road, you kind of just explore, but of course make sure you know how to go back. Yeah. I escaped the winter for a little bit because I went back home, but I know what you mean about it. I think, I mean, I haven't been here this long, but I do enjoy the nature and the countryside. Like where I'm from in Germany, that's actually the case as well, but still it's, I have the river directly in front of my house. You can just go for a walk. It's all super easy accessible. You can take the bus to go somewhere. You can take the train to somewhere, and the tickets are more than affordable. You have bikes around Tartu, so if you kind of want to just take a ride outside of the city, within the city, it's all super accessible, and I really like that. And it's also a little cute. It's, I think, the smallest town I've ever lived in. And I like it. It's not small in the sense that nothing is happening, but it's just, a smaller space in general. I mean, at the city where you come from, that's like a huge comparison. But how to say, there's so much happening. I cannot follow up everything. Like
true.
So much parties, so much events. It's like sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't even know I registered this one.
But what was the thing that you didn't expect about the University of Tartu? Like, what was the thing that you were like, it was not the thing that you were thinking about?
That's a very good question. Usually when I move somewhere else, I try not to think about too much what could happen, so I don't have too high expectations. So it can surprise me. And I didn't really have an idea of what the program would be like or what the city would be like, but I'm more than positively surprised about like how well it fits me and what I like to do and what I like to study, but also how comfortable I feel in this city. And I think what surprised me most about the University of Tartu, I guess, is like, it seems like a small university, but it has all these different things that you can do. Like, I'm only one of the master programs. There's a couple of master programs out there in English, and more than that in Estonian, and bachelor programs. You can even study medicine and biochemistry, and I don't even know where to study that in this city, because I only know my small space, and that already has so much to offer that I don't even have the time to look beyond that. And I think that's what surprised me most. Like, it seems like a small city, but there's this huge opportunity everywhere you go within the university.
We are having a question here. Do you feel safe in Tartu?
Yeah, I think in general, pretty safe. For the security reason, like for social security, like I feel like Estonia is a pretty safe country. You I guess like it depends on which country you comes from, and I don't feel scared walking in the street in the middle of the night at all. And but I know in some countries you might don't want to go out at night, and also like I didn't really heard so much about like a crisis around like maybe I don't know, but like in general I do feel safe. Yeah,
same for me.
Yeah, and Fee, for you a question, like I know that you're like staying in a dormitory. How is the life in a dormitory for you?
Well, it depends on in which dormitory you live. I live in the one where you get a place basically only if you're here as a degree-seeking student, which basically means you do your entire bachelor's or master here. And I love it, actually. I'm positively surprised at how much I like it. I've never lived in a dorm before. But the rooms are super generous. The kitchen is a little tiny, but you're usually sharing that with only one other person or two other people, and that's negligible. Because the bathroom is also more than okay, and you have everything. You have a washing machine. It's a 10-minute walk to the university. The rent is more than affordable, and I know there's a room downstairs to play like table tennis. I've never visited it, but I see a lot of people playing there. And you have like a basement to store your bike and everything. It's I'm really positively surprised. I really like living there.
Good to know. So for the last, for the last thing, for like to end this student discussion today, I just wanted to know, like, is there anything that you would like to suggest to the students that they want to apply for the University of Tartu and they want to study your program in future? So is there anything that you would like to tell them? And we are having a time. The floor is yours. Bing, do you want to go first?
So for me, I think everyone really should looking carefully of the information on the internet, like on the website, I mean. Because I think the website is very information provided. Like they provided all the information you need. Maybe you need a little bit of effort to find it, but don't panic. Like, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. What can I do? But like, there's solutions on the website. And another thing is like, don't afraid to try. Like like you're applying. There's nothing much to lose. Like. Be confident to yourself, and then I think that's also very important, especially for this program who has to have this face-to-face interview. Just be confident. Yeah.
I think I would say the same. Like the website is super informative. So if you have any questions, I know I had a meeting last year, I think, with the international student ambassadors or something. That was super informative. They also answered questions about like how living expenses work in Estonia and how to find accommodation and all of that. So definitely be aware that that is happening, and then you can participate in that. And for the studies, like, don't go crazy. Like, if you had a bachelor's in a relevant field, and even if you didn't, you're more than capable to catch up. You don't have to worry about being or having too little experience in something. They're very helpful if you want to catch up. You have to put in the work, but there's definitely a lot of support for you if you do want to study something like that. Like, we have somebody in our program who studied philosophy in her bachelor's, for example, where you might say, okay, why politics and governance afterwards? But it's more than doable. Yeah, and don't be afraid. Just try something new and test your own limits. I think it's also moving to Estonia, maybe even if you come from the other side of the world or a country that has maybe no obvious ties to Estonia. And it's great. I think you should definitely try it.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much, Guy, for tuning in. I hope today's student discussions and all the information were useful for you. We're looking forward to see you at the University of Tartu. And have a nice day.
you very much, everyone, for participating in our second day of the Open Doors Week at the University of Tartu. Today we have hosted 4 wonderful info sessions about our programs, master programs, and also we had 4 discussion sessions with our students. We hope that you enjoyed our today's info sessions and that you learned a lot of information that will be useful for you in the future. But stay tuned for more. Tomorrow we are going to continue with our bachelor's programs, and tomorrow also we are going to stream our online tours. So if you would like to see how the buildings, how the University of Tartu campus looks like, how our buildings look like inside, then please join us tomorrow and check out the tours. And all in all, I would like to thank you for today, for all of your questions, for your participation, and I wish that you have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.